I live next to a train line, so my apartment never really goes quiet. There is this specific rattle the windows make when the brown line screeches past, like someone shaking a box full of glass and coins. You get used to it, or you tell yourself you do. It becomes part of the background, like the constant hum of my refrigerator, or the thin whistle of wind squeezing through the spot where the bedroom window does not quite seal against the frame. The hallway outside my door has motion sensor lights that are way too dramatic for what they are. Every time someone walks through, there is this loud plastic tick from the sensor, a second of total darkness, and then a white fluorescent tube buzzes to life like I am in some low-budget horror movie. The first week I lived here, it made me jump every time. Now it just blends into the rest of the building's noises. Footsteps above me, distant plumbing, someone's TV bleeding through the wall on the other side. My life is not special. I work a regular office job in a building downtown that looks like every other building downtown. Marketing, mostly. Spreadsheets, emails, meetings that could have been an email. By the time I get on the red line home, my brain feels like someone has been dragging it across concrete all day. I ride back with the same half-asleep crowd, the same guy who always blasts music through cheap headphones, the same woman in scrubs scrolling her phone with her eyes half closed. Most nights follow the same pattern. I unlock my apartment shoulder, the door shut against the swelling in the frame, and dump my bag on the one chair by the table. I kick my shoes off somewhere near the mat, but never quite on it. I open the fridge, feel the weak puff of cold air on my face, and decide between leftovers or something frozen I can microwave until it stops being solid. The TV goes on more for company than anything. Local news talking about icy roads and another storm rolling in off the lake, anchors smiling too widely under studio lights. That night was like that. The kitchen hood fan hummed softly. The only other light in the place came from the TV washing the walls in that blue-white glow that makes everything look a little dead. Outside, snow tapped lightly against the living room window, just enough to be heard if you were listening for it. Every few minutes, a train rolled past and the windows shivered in their frames. I sat on the couch in my usual dent, a plastic container of reheated pasta cooling on the coffee table, my phone in my hand. Half of my attention was on some story about holiday shopping and icy crashes on the Kennedy. The other half was on Instagram and Reddit, the endless scroll of other people's lives and arguments. My apartment felt small, but in a familiar way. The fridge hummed. The radiator clicked. Somewhere upstairs, someone dropped something and swore. Normal. If you had asked me that night about Evan, I would have said something vague like, yeah, we were friends in high school. We grew up together, outside Cleveland, in one of those suburbs, where every house looked like it had been copy-pasted from the same file. We ate lunch, at the same table, played basketball, on the same cracked asphalt court behind the school, and spent long Friday nights in his parents' basement controllers, in hand, talking about getting out. That was the phrase we used, getting out. We said it like there was a door somewhere with our names on it, and if we worked hard enough, we would find it. The last clear memory I have of him before we drifted apart is such a cliche, it almost feels fake. We were 17, sitting on the floor of his basement, backs against the old plaid couch. The air down there always smelled like dust and laundry detergent. His dad's space heater ticked in the corner. We had a Cavs game on mute and some song playing off his laptop. I remember him saying, "I'm not going to be here when I'm 30. I'll lose my mind if I'm still in this town." I said same and meant it. Life did what it always does. I left first college, then Chicago, then a job that paid just enough to feel like it justified leaving. He stayed. We messaged a little during the first year, then less than, almost not at all. Every once in a while his name would pop up in the people you might know section, or I would see a notification that he posted a story. I watched a few dark, grainy photos of his room, a TV screen, sometimes just a black rectangle with a song playing over it. His captions got weirder over time. Stuff like still awake at 3 a.m. or not alone even when I am. I never answered. I always meant to. I'll text him back later, I would think, and then later never came. That night in December, with the snow starting to stick to the sidewalks outside and my TV murmuring about holiday travel, I opened my DMs without really thinking about it. Just muscle memory. A red dot waited at the top of the screen I had somehow ignored all day. It was from Evan. The message was short. You should come visit sometime. Got my own place now. Not far from where we used to live. For a second, all I felt was that weird fizzy nostalgia you get when your past taps you on the shoulder. I could almost hear the squeak of his basement couch springs smell the warm dust from the heater. I smiled without meaning to sitting there in my half-dark apartment in Chicago, thousands of nights away from those ones. Then, almost out of habit, I dragged my thumb up to scroll through our old messages. There were the usual things at first: memes, links, short updates, plans we never followed through on. Then the gaps got bigger. Months between messages instead of days. 2 years ago, a photo of a dog I did not recognize, with the caption, "Got a roommate." I had replied with a laughing emoji, and then nothing for another year. And then I saw it. A message from just over a year ago that I had opened and never answered. No image, no link, just text. Do you ever feel like there's something in your hallway at night? That was it. No context, no clarification. Underneath it, Instagram's little gray note. Seen. I felt my stomach drop in a slow, delayed way, like my body was catching up to something my brain already knew. At the time, whenever that was, I must have opened it on the train, or at work thought that's a weird question, and then forgotten to reply. I didn't even remember reading it until that moment, sitting alone in my living room with the train rattling past and the wind whining softly through the badly sealed window. Now seen through the lens of this new invitation. Got my own place, now it felt different. Not like a random high thought or a joke, but like the tip of something he had tried to say and then given up on when I did not answer. I stared at that question for a long time. Do you ever feel like there's something in your hallway at night? My own hallway is barely more than a short stretch from my living room to my bathroom and bedroom. A cheap runner rug, white paint, that never quite covers the scuffs. One ceiling light that flickers when it feels like it. I had never thought of it as anything but a piece of architecture, a way to get from one door to another. But as I sat there reading his message, the space between my walls seemed to stretch in my head, get narrower and darker than it really was. It hit me then, stupidly late, that the timing lined up with something I had not wanted to think about. The week before, I saw Evan's new DM. I had a dream that bothered me more than I admitted. In the dream, I was walking down a hallway that I did not recognize. It was too long to be my place, too narrow, with doors on either side that were all slightly open, just enough for blackness to leak out. There was a light at the far end, but it never seemed to get closer, no matter how many steps I took. The whole time I had this crawling feeling between my shoulder blades that someone was matching my pace just behind me, close enough to touch, if they wanted to, but choosing not to. I woke up from that dream with my heart pounding and my apartment feeling wrong in a way I could not name. I stood in my real hallway with the light on barefoot on the cold floor and told myself it was just stress, just my brain being weird. I went to work. I did not think about it again. Not until I sat there with my phone glowing in my hand, snow ticking softly at the window train, noise rattling the glass, looking at Evan's old question and his new invitation stacked together like two parts of the same sentence. Come visit. Do you ever feel like there's something in your hallway at night? I wish I could say that was the moment I decided to ignore him, that I trusted my gut and blocked his account or typed some well-meaning lie about being too busy. The truth is, I felt something else behind the guilt and the unease. I felt curious. It is surprisingly easy to talk yourself into a bad idea if you wrap it in enough nostalgia. I sat there on the couch with my phone in my hand, Evan's new message open, and my brain started lining up reasons like it was building a case in court. I had vacation days left that I was probably not going to use before the end of the year. Gas really was cheaper than a plane ticket, and the drive between Chicago and Cleveland was one I had mostly done before. And under all of that, there was this quieter thought I did not want to look at directly. Maybe I owed him. Maybe after seeing that hallway message I had never answered, I did not get to ignore him twice. So I typed the thing that would make all of those excuses real. If I drive out next weekend, you around? I watched the typing bubble pop up almost immediately. He had been active recently then. He just had not messaged anyone else, or at least not me until now. His reply came back, "Yeah, stay here. I got space." That was it. No smiley faces, no extra details. Just those two sentences. Something about the phrasing I got, space, bothered me a little. It did not sound like him. The old Evan would have said something like, "Hell yeah, sleep on my floor," or made a joke about me snoring. But people change. I told myself I was reading too much into it. We traded a few more short lines. When's best? Whenever. Weekend's fine. Cool. I'll text when I'm close. Nothing obviously wrong. Just thin. Like the outline of a conversation without any shading. The next morning, I went back to work, like normal. But the decision sat in my head like a weight. It made everything else feel a little less real. The office was its usual fluorescent purgatory. The lights overhead buzzed quietly, that high insect-like noise you only really notice when you are already annoyed. My monitor glowed with an endless grid of cells and emails. Slack pinged every few minutes with questions from people who had not read the document I had sent them yesterday. Coworkers made small talk about gift shopping and travel, about flights they were worried would get delayed by snow. Someone in the row behind me was coughing in that persistent hacking way that made the whole floor stiffen a little. In the middle of all that white noise, the thought I kept circling back to was simple. You're really doing this. Every time I alt-tabbed away from my spreadsheet, my eyes drifted to the little calendar in the corner of my screen. The weekend glowed there, a tiny, highlighted box waiting for me to click it. I caught myself counting down the days more than once. It felt like being a kid again, waiting for a break from school. Except this time, the thing I was waiting for was driving back into a life I had very carefully left. At lunch, I sat in the break room with my plastic fork and microwaved leftovers, listening to the tinny sound of some daytime show leaking out of the wall-mounted TV. The vending machine hummed. The soda fridge clunked when its compressor kicked in. A coworker asked me if I was doing anything fun over the weekend. I might drive home, I said. See an old friend. They nodded, like that was the most normal thing in the world. That's nice, they said, already scrolling their phone again. Back home that week, my apartment felt a little tighter around me, like the walls were aware that I was planning on stepping out of their routine. I started packing in small, half-hearted bursts. A duffel bag on the bedshirts, rolled instead of folded socks, stuffed into the gaps. My bedroom is not big. Chicago streetlights leak in through the cheap blinds, painting thin orange stripes across the floor and the far wall. At night, you can see the moving shadows of cars on the cross-street headlights, flickering as they pass. The radiator in the corner ticks and hisses like it is debating whether or not to work. I stood there one evening, halfway through packing, holding an old photo I had dug out of a shoebox. It was from junior year. Me, Evan, and two other guys from our group, all sweaty and red-faced on the basketball court, grinning like idiots. Someone had just hit a half-court shot. I could tell from the way Evan's mouth was open mid-yell. For a moment, I imagined putting the photo in the duffel, bringing that version of him back to show the current one like proof that he had once been more than whatever he was now. Instead, I set it face down on my dresser and left it there. The night before, I was supposed to leave. Sleep did not feel particularly interested in me. I lay on my back in the dark, the light from the street filtering in around the edges of the blinds. The radiator gave a small, resentful sigh and started up, filling the room with dry warmth and the smell of heated dust. Above me, my upstairs neighbor moved around in his kitchen, muffled cabinet doors, a clink of dishes in a sink, a soft thud like a drawer closing. Every building has its own personality, its own rhythm of knocks and groans and whispers. Most nights, those sounds lull me without me realizing it. That night, every one of them landed differently. Every creak from the hallway made me picture Evan's message about something in your hallway at night. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because at some point, the sounds of my own building faded and something else took over. I dreamed about a hallway again. I knew even inside the dream that it was not mine. The proportions were wrong. It was too long, too straight, with more doors than my apartment could ever hold. The carpet under my bare feet felt thin and rough. The walls were that same landlord beige as Evan's old house, the color you get when someone paints over years of other people's lives. Every door I passed was slightly open, not enough to see in, just enough to show a strip of blackness deeper than the shadows in the hall itself. I could hear something behind the walls, nothing distinct, not voices exactly, but the sense of movement. The air felt crowded with breath that was not mine. At the far end of the hallway, there was a light faint and yellow, but no matter how far I walked, it did not seem to get closer. My spine prickled with the crystal clear awareness that if I turned around, something would be standing right at the edge of my vision, close enough to touch. In the dream, I never did. I just kept walking, not getting anywhere, the carpet whispering under my feet. I woke up with my heart thudding, and that slick, unpleasant feeling you get when you remember just enough of a nightmare to know it did not end well. The radiator was quiet. The upstairs neighbor's apartment was silent. Somewhere in the distance, a train shrieked around a corner. Morning light seeped in gray and mild. My alarm went off. I did the automatic things, shower coffee stuffing the last few items into the duffel. The dream sat in the back of my skull, like a bruise I kept forgetting about, and then bumping again. Right before I left, I sat on the edge of the bed to put my boots on, and without really thinking, opened Instagram. There was a news story from Evan posted 2 hours earlier at 3:12 a.m. I tapped it. The photo was dark grainy. You know that way? Phones grab just enough light to make shapes without making sense. It was like that. A long, narrow space. A strip of wall on the left, a blank stretch on the right, and at the very end of the frame, a thin line of light where a door might be slightly open. It looked like a hallway. The caption at the bottom was just 2 words in white text, "Still here." I stared at it longer than I should have thumb hovering over the screen. It could have been artsy, I told myself. People posted moody photos of dark hallways all the time. Maybe it was his apartment. Maybe it was somewhere else. Maybe it was a random image pulled from the internet. The timing bothered me anyway. The 3:12 a.m. timestamp. The way it overlapped with the dream that had pulled me up out of sleep. The fact that in a few minutes, I was going to get in my car and drive several hours straight toward whatever hallway he was standing at the end of when he took that picture. I locked my phone, slung the duffel over my shoulder, and told myself the same lie everyone uses when something feels wrong. It's just a coincidence. I left Chicago a little later than I meant to. By the time I merged onto I-94 and then I-90, the city was already behind me in a smear of orange and white light. The last glimpse I had of my own neighborhood was the faint glow of my building's windows mixed in with 100 others impossible to pick out once I was more than a few blocks away. After that, it was just taillights, lane markers, and the long, unspooling ribbon of highway heading east. Night driving has its own kind of hush. Not real quiet, just a different layer of noise. The engine's low drone, the whine of the tires, the rhythmic thump as you cross the seams in the concrete. The radio filled in the rest. I flicked through stations for a while, skipping between classic rock static and a true crime podcast I half listened to. A calm voice talked about a man who went missing on a camping trip and was found years later in a place no one expected. I turned it off when the narrator started describing the search grids, the way people had walked past something again and again without seeing it. After that, I let the local stations take over. One in Indiana had a weather guy talking about bands of lake-effect snow, like they were just another item on a list. Watch for slick spots, he kept saying. I watched. The darkness outside my headlights swallowed everything more than a few dozen yards away. Rest stops broke up the monotony. Bright white LED lights flooded the parking areas, making the snow piles look dirty and gray. I pulled into one around midnight, partly because I needed gas, partly because my eyes were starting to burn from staring at the same patch of road. The wind knifed through my jacket as soon as I stepped out of the car. The air smelled like diesel-cold metal and that particular chemical tang of industrial-strength cleaner. A vending machine hummed near the entrance, its fluorescent tubes showing rows of stale-looking chips and candy bars. Inside the building, everything was too bright and too empty. The floor tiles shone. The coffee machine sat in a row, pots half full of liquid that looked more like weak tea than coffee. A TV mounted in the corner played some late-night show to an audience of 0. Someone had left a cup in the trash with a lipstick print on the rim. I used the bathroom, washed my hands in water that took too long to get warm, and stood for a moment at the sink looking at myself in the mirror. Same face, same tired eyes. Behind me, the door swung slowly on its hinges, opening to a small, echoing hallway that led back out to the main area. On my way out of the building, The soft electronic chime by the door went off, that mindless little ding intended to alert the cashier that a customer had come or gone. There was no cashier at the counter, just a guy in a faded polo shirt behind bulletproof glass, slouched on a stool, watching a basketball game on a tiny TV with the sound off. He looked up long enough to glance at me, then back at the screen, like we were both just props in each other's nights. I filled up the tank, my breath hanging white in the air, the pump handle cold and slightly slick from spilled fuel. As the numbers ticked up, my gaze drifted along the side of the building. There was a narrow space between the rest stop and the structure next to it, just wide enough for a person to walk through. A service corridor, really. Long, straight, unlit. The snow back there was untouched, smooth, where the wind had blown it into a soft ridge. The darkness between the two walls looked thicker than the sky above, like something poured into that gap and refused to move. It was nothing, just the kind of forgotten space buildings create by existing near each other, but my chest tightened anyway, the same way it had when I read Evan's message about hallways. For a second, the shape of that gap lined up too neatly with the image in my head of narrow carpets and closed doors. I caught myself staring and looked away, annoyed. It was just a corridor, just negative space. The world was full of them. Back in the car, I cranked the heater and flexed my fingers around the steering wheel until feeling came back. The highway welcomed me again with its long lines and the occasional roar of a big rig passing a rush of air that rocked my car lightly in its lane. The sky overhead was a low, indistinct ceiling of cloud, reflecting faintly the glow of towns I could not see. After a while, the road signs started to feel more familiar. Toledo, then eventually Cleveland. As I got closer, the snow changed. It fell slower, but thicker flakes drifting lazily through the yellow cones of the streetlights above the highway. The outlines of buildings began to appear beyond the guardrails blocks of apartments, the dark shapes of warehouses, the skeletal outlines of leafless trees. Then came the part of America I knew by heart, the part that looks the same no matter which state you are in. I took an exit that curved around and dropped me onto a road lined on both sides with strip malls, auto parts stores with bright signs, chain restaurants with glowing red and yellow logos, parking lots full of slush, and cars with their headlights still on, low flat buildings with names like Family Dental and Urgent Care splashed across their fronts. It looked like the outskirts of the town I grew up in, because in a way, it was. Different exact stores, same feeling. Same fluorescent wash over everything. Same sense that all of this had been built quickly and with as little personality as possible. The GPS on my phone glowed in the cup holder, telling me to turn right, then left again. The stops got smaller, the road narrower. Eventually, the voice told me to turn into a wide entrance between a liquor store and a donut place. A blue sign overhead read Something Plaza, the name generic enough that my memory refused to hold it. The plaza's front side was well lit. A 24-hour laundromat spilled harsh fluorescent light onto the snow windows, fogged from the heat of the machines inside. Through the glass, I could see rows of stainless steel washers spinning, a few people hunched on plastic chairs, their faces lit blue-white by their phones. Next to it, the liquor store glowed with neon beer logos and a handwritten sign about ID checks taped crooked inside the door. Behind the plaza, the light dropped off quickly. I followed a cracked strip of asphalt around the side of the building, past a dumpster corral that smelled faintly of old grease even in the cold. Their setback from the plaza, like an afterthought, was a long 2-story brick apartment building. It was the kind of place you could drive past 1,000 times without ever really seeing. 4 front doors on the ground level, 4 above each, with a tiny concrete stoop. Parking spaces lined up along the front, most of them filled with cars, dusted in snow. A couple of second-story windows glowed from inside. Others were dark reflective. My GPS chimed and declared I had reached my destination, as if that solved anything. I pulled into an open space and killed the engine. The sudden absence of the motor's hum made the night feel bigger. Snow hissed softly as it fell on the cooling hood. The air outside the car, when I opened the door, was a sharp shock to my lungs. For a second, I just stood there between my car and the building, my duffel at my feet, my phone in my hand. The laundromat's light painted a pale smear on the snow to my right. The liquor store's neon flickered faintly over the roofline of the plaza. The apartment building itself sat in a kind of shadow, lit only by a couple of weak bulbs over the doors. I texted Evan, "I'm here." My breath fogged in front of me while I waited for the 3 little dots to appear. The only sounds were the distant hiss of the freeway beyond the line of trees and the hum of some unseen machinery behind the building, maybe a heating unit. That was when I noticed the footprints. They were not right in front of me, where cars had come and gone, and people had stepped in and out all day. They were off to the side, leading away from the back of the building. A narrow path of compressed snow, 2 narrow repeating impressions side by side, like someone had walked the same route multiple times. The prints led from the area behind one of the center units. Later, I would know it was Evan's out across the little strip of grass that separated the building from the chain-link fence. Beyond the fence was a thin line of skeletal trees, their branches black against the sky, and past at the concrete wall that tried and failed to muffle the freeway. The footprints went right up to the fence and stopped. No sign of someone climbing over. No return track that I could see, at least not clearly, in the patchy light. Just a path from the back door to the edge of the property, over and over, until the snow was worn down in that one line and almost untouched everywhere else. I told myself someone had cut through there earlier as a shortcut. Maybe kids, maybe a neighbor smoking where the landlord could not see them. That was the reasonable explanation, and I grabbed it immediately, held it tight. Still, as I picked up my bag and walked toward the nearest door, the sight of that path sat in my stomach like a stone. It looked less like a shortcut and more like a habit. The door opened faster than I expected, like he'd been standing just on the other side waiting for my knock. For a second, all I could see was the brightness behind him, a square of yellow light framed by the darker brick. Then my eyes adjusted, and there was Evan filling the doorway. I recognized him immediately, but in the way you recognize someone in an old photo that has been left in the sun too long. The basic shape was there, same nose, same jawline, but everything else felt faded and tightened. He was thinner than I remembered, the kind of thin that sharpens cheekbones and makes clothes hang a little wrong. His skin had that washed-out look people get when they do not see enough daylight. Dark smudges under his eyes made him look permanently coming down from something, or permanently haunted by something. His hair was shaved close to his head, uneven, in a way that screamed bathroom mirror and cheap clippers. A line above one ear was a little shorter than the rest, like he had dug too deep at one point and then tried to smooth it out. He smiled when he saw me, but it stopped at his mouth. It was like his eyes did not get the memo. They looked tired and a little too bright, as if he was seeing three things at once: me, the hallway behind me, and something else entirely. "Dude," he said, voice a little lower and slower than I remembered. "You actually came." His tone was hard to read. There was something like relief in it, but something like resignation too. "Yeah," I said, suddenly aware of how cold my face was from the drive. "Figured I'd see what you did with the place." He stepped back to let me in. As I crossed the threshold, a wave of different smells hit me at once: stale fryer oil, like old takeout containers that had never quite left, dust, and something faintly metallic underneath it all, like the tang you smell when you nick your finger and bring it to your mouth. The door shut behind me with a solid, tired thump. The outside world snow freeway, hiss laundromat buzz felt like it got cut in half. The first thing my eyes landed on was the TV in the corner. It was on, but muted, showing a local channel. A weather map glowed blue and white, a big graphic in the corner, reading winter storm warning, in block letters looping over and over as the ticker at the bottom crawled endlessly about school closings and accidents on various interstates. The silent weatherman gestured at swirling shapes, his mouth moving, saying nothing I could hear. A single floor lamp stood next to a sagging gray couch, its yellowed shade skewed slightly to one side. The bulb inside buzzed faintly, that high insect wing sound I could feel more in my teeth than my ears. The light it cast was warm, but weak, not quite reaching the corners of the room. The living room was small. The couch looked like something rescued from a curb, cushions a little too flat fabric, worn smooth in the middle and rougher at the arms. In front of it was a coffee table that made my brain itch when I realized what it was made of: two black plastic milk crates stacked with a sheet of glass laid across the top. The glass was scratched with faint rings from cups set down too hard too often. Off to the left, without any real separation, was the kitchen area. Laminate counters that pretended to be stone, but did not fool anyone, a stainless steel sink half full of dishes, and a greasy frying pan cabinets slightly uneven on their hinges. The refrigerator hummed louder than it should have, a low rattling droning that vibrated faintly under my feet. And then there was the thing my eyes kept getting pulled back to. Directly across from the couch, cutting through the middle of the wall opposite the TV, was a hallway. At first glance, it was nothing special. Beige walls, cheap brown carpet, 3 doors along its length. One door, halfway down on the left, set in slightly a standard bathroom door. 2 doors at the very end, facing each other, creating a small square of darker space where the hall dead-ended. Only the first few feet of it were clearly visible in the weak light from the floor lamp. Beyond that, the overhead bulb in the hallway itself was off or burned out, so everything past the halfway point sank into shadow. From where I stood, just inside the apartment, the end of the hallway was not a specific scene, as much as a black rectangle, a flat cutout of darkness that did not show you what it contained. Evan followed my gaze for a second, then shifted his body, just enough to block a little of the view, like he was standing between me and something embarrassing. Yeah, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. So that's the grand tour, I guess. He gestured with one hand, the motion oddly stiff. Living room, obviously. Kitchen's over there. Bathroom down there. His hand flicked quickly toward the hallway, then away. My room at the back. Storage on the left. Nice, I said, automatically. It came out more neutral than I meant it to. He snorted softly, eyes darting to my face to see if I was making fun of him, then drifting past me again, back toward the hall. The way he kept his shoulders angled, it felt like he wanted to be able to see both me and that dark opening at the same time. The apartment had its own soundtrack. Under the buzzing of the lamp and the drone of the fridge, there was the distant hiss of the freeway beyond the building, a low, constant rush, like an enormous distant radio tuned between stations. Every few minutes, a muffled bass note kicked in from above some neighbor's TV or music. Pipes in the walls clanked occasionally, that hollow, metallic thud you get when someone upstairs runs hot water or flushes a toilet. In the brief moments when all of those noises synced up in their pauses, when the fridge compressor cycled off the upstairs neighbor's show, hit a quiet scene, the heating took a breath. The silence that fell in the apartment felt too heavy for its size. It did not last long, just a second or two, but in those beats, I could hear my own breathing too clearly. I could hear the faint, almost imagined stir of air from the hallway. Evan took my duffel from me without asking and dropped it by the couch. "You can crash here," he said. "It pulls out." Kind of. I asked, half smiling. "You'll see," he said, and for a moment there was a flash of the old Evan, an almost joke hovering in his tone. Then it was gone again, swallowed by whatever else was sitting on him. I shrugged out of my jacket, hung it on the back of a chair, and sat down on the couch. The cushions gave with a tired sigh. The TV flickered silently, the weatherman gesturing at nothing. I tried not to stare directly at the hallway, but it was like a sore tooth you cannot stop tonguing. We made small talk. How was the drive? How was Chicago? How was work? The words moved between us light and surface level, but every few sentences his eyes would shift. Not in the way of someone losing attention exactly. It was more like he was checking again and again that the world behind me had not rearranged itself. At some point, while he was talking about his job, something about warehouse shifts and rotating schedules, I glanced over his shoulder, past him down the hall. For half a second, I thought someone was standing at the far end. It was not a clear shape, more like the sense of a darker patch of dark, a vertical presence, the width of a person right where the hallway ended and the two bedroom doors faced each other. A subtle wrongness in the way the shadows arranged themselves. By the time my brain fully registered it, the image had already melted back into indistinguishable black. There was nothing there. Just the dead end, the two doors, the slice of wall between them. I told myself it was my eyes adjusting. The human brain is great at turning nothing into something, especially after a long drive and not enough sleep. I forced my attention back to Evan, nodded at something he was saying about rent prices, and pretended the hairs on my arms had not suddenly decided to stand up. For a while, we did our best impression of two normal adults catching up after a long time apart. We sat on the couch, angled slightly toward each other, the TV still on mute in front of us. The lamp hummed softly above my head. My duffel sat by the wall, like it was listening in. "So, you're doing marketing now?" Evan asked, picking at a loose thread on his jeans. "Yeah," I said. "Nothing glamorous. Emails, campaigns, trying to get people to click things they do not want to click." He huffed a small laugh. "Sounds miserable. It pays rent," I said. "What about you?" He shrugged, eyes dropping to his hands. "Warehouse stuff. Overnight most of the time. We move pallets around, Scan barcodes, pretend the ceiling is not about to fall in. I tried to picture him in some cavernous building. Fluorescent lights, forklifts, weaving between shelving units, and it fit in a way I did not like. There was something about the way he said overnight that stuck to me though, like that was the important part. We moved on to safer topics. Who from our class got married? Who had kids? Who moved to other states and posted too many inspirational quotes on Facebook? It was strange how easily we could trade names and gossip like we had not gone years without really talking. Habit maybe, or muscle memory. But every time Evan started down a story, something in him seemed to stutter. He would say, "You remember Jake, right?" He and then stop, eyes going slightly unfocused like his brain had hit a buffering screen. After a few seconds, he would blink, shake his head a little, and either finish the sentence in a rush or change the subject completely. The first couple of times, I thought he was just tired. By the fifth, there was a pattern I could not ignore. There was a pressure in the air that did not belong to the room size or the weather. It felt almost like when there is an argument hanging in the air that neither person wants to start a shape in the conversation with clear edges that both of us were skirting without admitting it was there. We were talking about old teachers and teammates, but it felt like there was a third invisible topic sitting between us on the couch, something we both knew about and had silently agreed not to mention. I kept thinking about that message I had never answered. Do you ever feel like there's something in your hallway at night? I could have brought it up. I almost did more than once. The words got as far as the back of my throat. "Hey man, what did you mean?" when you asked, but they never made it out. I did not know if I was afraid of sounding crazy or of him not sounding crazy enough when he answered. Around us, the apartment kept making its little statements. Every time the heater kicked on, it did it with a metallic clank and a shudder that I could feel through the couch frame. The air that blew out of the vent smelled faintly burnt, the way old dust smells when it gets heated for the first time in a while. The refrigerator compressor clicked on and off with an almost aggressive thump, like it was offended by how hard it had to work. Above us, the upstairs neighbor crossed their living room a few times. The footsteps were dull through the ceiling, but clear enough that I could track the path from above the kitchen to somewhere over our couch, then away again. Normal apartment building sounds. I have lived with them for years. What was not normal was how Evan reacted to the other sounds. Every so often, something in the walls would creak. Pipes settling maybe, or the building adjusting to the temperature outside. A soft knock somewhere in the hallway, the whine of a vent starting or stopping. Each time his eyes flicked away from me toward that dark opening across from us. His shoulders would tighten for a second, his jaw clench, and then he would force himself to relax and look back. "You ever have issues with the neighbors?" I asked at one point, trying to sound casual. "Noise, weird stuff." He hesitated. It was only a second, but it was clear. A little skip in the rhythm like a scratched disc. His gaze went past me toward the hall again, then dropped to his hands. "Not really," he said finally. "It's fine." The words did not match his body. It was like hearing someone say, "I'm not scared of dogs," while standing on a table because there is a growling pit bull in front of them. After an hour or so of this half-remembering, half-avoiding conversation, I felt the coffee and the drive catch up with me. My head hummed a little. My bladder reminded me it existed. "Bathroom?" I asked, nodding toward the hallway. "Halfway down, on the left," he said. The light's kind of annoying. Fan's busted. I stood up and crossed the living room. As soon as my foot hit the carpet at the start of the hallway, the quality of the sound around me changed. The muffled TV, the fridge, the hum of the lamp all dropped a notch, like someone had put a door between me and the rest of the apartment. The hallway felt narrower, up close than it had from the couch. Standing in it, it was just wide enough for my shoulders, with a little space on either side. The beige paint on the walls had that slightly sticky, cheap finish landlords love. My socks made almost no noise on the brown carpet, but I could feel how thin it was under my feet, the hard subfloor right beneath. The bathroom door was easy enough to find. I flipped the switch, and a harsh fluorescent tube overhead flickered to life, buzzing loudly. The fan kicked on at the same time, with a rattling, insect-like hum that sounded more like something trapped in the walls than a mechanical problem. Inside, everything was too bright. White tile, white sink, a mirror with some kind of water damage creeping along the edges. The air smelled like mildew, poorly covered by some artificial ocean breeze spray. The fan vibrated in its vent, making the whole room shake in a way that set my teeth on edge. I did what I needed to do and washed my hands the water, coming out lukewarm and slightly metallic tasting when I raised a wet palm to my face. The fluorescent light buzzed overhead, turning my skin a sickly yellow in the mirror. When I opened the door to step back into the hallway, the fan's noise spilled out first, then was swallowed by the more muted sounds of the apartment. Across from the bathroom, the left-hand bedroom door was slightly ajar. I had not noticed it being open before. There was a gap of maybe 2 inches between the door and the frame, just enough to show a slice of darkness inside. No light switch glow, no nightlight, just black. I should have walked past. That would have been the sane, polite thing to do. Instead, I paused and let my eyes adjust. At first, there was nothing, a flat wall of dark. Then slowly, shapes began to tease themselves out. A horizontal line that might have been the top bar of a metal bed frame without a mattress. A lower rectangle that could have been a plastic storage bin. And in the far corner, a taller vertical mass, something about the height of a person draped in a dark sheet or blanket. The cloth fell in heavy folds, the bottom pooling slightly on the floor. I could not see any details. I could not see movement. But the longer I looked, the more I had that stupid primal sense you get sometimes in a dark room, the feeling of eyes on you just out of sight. The back of my neck prickled. I told myself I was being dramatic. It was a spare room, probably full of junk. Everyone had some version of that corner, with a sheet over something they meant to deal with later. The only reason it bothered me was because I already knew there was something off with this place, and my brain was eager to assign a shape to it. I took a breath that did not feel entirely steady and turned away, heading back toward the glow of the living room. As I stepped past the bathroom door, there was a sound behind me, small, almost delicate. A tiny click like metal on metal. The sound a doorknob makes when someone gently turns it until the latch just barely shifts in the strike plate. I stopped. The hair on my arms stood up. Slowly, I turned my head to look back down the hallway. Both bedroom doors at the end were closed. The bathroom door was open behind me. The left-hand door, the one that had been ajar moments ago, now sat flush in its frame, nothing but a flat beige surface with a brass knob. I looked toward the living room. From where I stood, I could see a slice of the couch, the flicker of the TV, and Evan's shoulder. He was still sitting exactly where I had left him. His posture slouched, his attention turned toward the silent weather report on the screen. There was no way he could have moved down the hallway, closed that door, and returned to his spot in the time it took me to cross a few feet. The building shifted around us, a soft creak in the ceiling, a distant thump from upstairs. I swallowed my throat, suddenly dry, and walked back to the couch like nothing had happened. We slid into the kind of quiet that only really happens late at night in winter. The TV shifted from local news to NBA highlights, then to a late-night talk show where the host laughed too loudly at his own jokes. We kept the volume low, just enough to hear the occasional crowd noise and canned laughter. It added a thin layer of sound to the room, like wallpaper for the air. Outside, the snow came down heavier. You could see it when the cameras cut to aerial shots of the city on TV, little flakes turning into white streaks in the stadium lights. In the real world beyond the living room window, a film of frost had crept in from the edges of the glass. Headlights smeared into blurred lines as cars turned somewhere out by the road, washed dim through the icy film. At some point, I realized I had not really heard anything from the laundromat or the plaza for a while. No car doors slamming, no distant laughter, just the muffled rush of the freeway on the other side of the sound wall, and the occasional hiss of tires on wet pavement. Evan yawned, rubbing a hand over his face. "I'm wrecked," he said. "Long week." "Yeah, I can tell," I said, then wished I had picked different words. He snorted anyway. "You can pull the couch out," he added, nodding at where I sat. "The mechanism's janky, but it works. You just gotta lift and yank at the same time so it doesn't catch." "Good to know," I said. "I will try not to break your luxury guest suite." He smiled at that, a real one this time, small but genuine. "If it breaks, it breaks. I'll just move to the floor." He pushed himself up from the couch and stretched his joints, cracking audibly in the quiet room. Then he turned toward the hallway. His socks made soft thumps on the carpet as he walked. The floor lamp painted his back in yellow as he passed it. His shadow stretched out along the wall, like it wanted to reach the bedroom before he did. I watched his silhouette shrink as he moved down the tunnel of the hall, getting smaller and darker until it was just a moving piece of the black rectangle at the far end. He reached the last door on the right. The handle caught a sliver of light from the living room, flashed, then turned. The door opened, and for a moment, I saw a thin line of brightness along the floor, inside the kind you get from a lamp on a nightstand. Then his body blocked it. The door started to close. The line got thinner and thinner until it was just a thread, then a dot, then nothing. The latch clicked softly. I was alone in the living room. It is funny how fast a space changes when you are the only person awake in it. I stood up and followed his earlier instructions with the couch. The mechanism really was janky. It stuck halfway metal, grinding on metal. And for a second, I thought I had broken it. Then I lifted and yanked, like he said, and it lurched free with a complaining squeal, unfolding into something that technically qualified as a bed. The mattress was thinner than my college futon had been. The springs under it poked in a few spots when I pressed my hand down, but I have slept on worse. I unzipped my sleeping bag and spread it out, smoothing it over the dips and bumps, then sat on the edge and toed off my shoes. The lamp in the corner was turned down, as low as it would go. On that setting, it cast a warm little circle of light directly over the couch and coffee table, leaving the far edges of the room in a kind of permanent dusk The kitchen was mostly shadows, with a few highlights. The chrome flash of the faucet, a pale rectangle where the fridge door caught the light. Beyond that, the hallway cut away from the living room, like a darker column, a slice of deeper night, leading to nowhere I wanted to go. Lying down, I chose to face the TV. I told myself it was so I could see if anything came on that I wanted to watch. But really, it was because I did not want the last thing I saw before closing my eyes to be that black mouth of a hall. The apartment's sounds settled into their usual chorus. The refrigerator hummed a little too loud, and a little too uneven cycling between a low growl and a higher rattle. The baseboard heater ticked softly as it expanded and contracted small clicks and pops, like fingernails tapping wood. Every now and then, a car passed on the road beyond the sound wall, the swish of its tires, a brief distant sigh. Upstairs, someone's TV murmured, their sound turned down low, like ours. I could not make out any words, just rises and dips of human voices, a laugh track the shape of dialogue without any substance. It felt a bit like sharing a room with a ghost whose language you did not speak. I scrolled through my phone for a while, the screen lighting my face in cool blue. Notifications, emails, a couple of memes from a group chat back in Chicago. It was strange being cocooned in this dim little living room, with a whole other life still buzzing in my pocket. The warmth of the room, the rhythm of the sounds, the weight of the day all worked together. My eyelids started to feel heavier. At some point, my phone slipped from active browsing to just being something I held because my hand did not remember to let go. The images on the screen blurred. The voices from upstairs and the soft whine of the refrigerator all fused into a kind of white noise. I do not remember actually deciding to sleep. One moment, I was reading the same sentence twice and not absorbing it. The next, there was nothing. I woke up like someone had yanked me out of deep water, heart-pounding breath catching halfway in my chest. No idea what had changed, just the raw animal certainty that something had. The room was dim, the TV still on lamp, still glowing weakly, but everything looked like it had been dipped in gray. My mouth was dry. My hand, still on my phone, ached from how tightly I had been gripping it. For a second, I lay there in that disoriented silence, listening hard. The heater was on whispering warm air into the room. The fridge was in one of its quieter phases. Upstairs, the TV murmurs had stopped. Whoever lived up there had either turned it off or fallen asleep. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Not the soft, vague thuds of someone casually moving around. These were sharper, heavier, like the impact was carrying through the ceiling into my bones. They came from directly above me, right over the couch. They were running. The pattern was unmistakable. A burst of rapid thuds moving from one side of the living room ceiling to the other, right to left, then pausing for a heartbeat, then another burst, left to right. It sounded like someone was sprinting full tilt back and forth across a room, stopping hard at each end and immediately pushing off in the opposite direction. The hair on my arms stood up. I stared at the ceiling, expecting to see a crack, a shadow, anything to match the sound. There was nothing, of course. Just a blank expanse of off-white plaster humming faintly in the lamplight. My mind tried to supply rational explanations. Upstairs, neighbor having some kind of midnight workout, a kid chasing a pet, drunk roommates messing around. But there was something about the regularity and speed of the movement that did not feel playful. It felt frantic, like pacing, but accelerated to the edge of panic. The running went on for maybe 20 seconds, just long enough for my first wave of shock to stretch into something more complicated. I lay there, muscles tensed, listening, waiting for a voice, a shout, a door slam, something to mark an end to it. Then, just as abruptly as it had started, it stopped. Silence dropped into the room. Not complete silence. The heater still whispered. The fridge still clicked. But the sudden absence of those footsteps was like someone had turned off a very loud song, mid-note. There was one more sound. A single, heavy thud from above, like someone had taken one last step and then planted their foot, or had dropped their weight in place. After that, nothing. I realized I was still holding my breath and let it out slowly, my chest aching. My hand with the phone in it was slick with sweat. The numbers on the lock screen swam slightly when I lifted it to look. 2:37 a.m., because of course it was. I lay there for a while, staring up, listening. No more running, no crying, no music. The upstairs apartment might as well have been empty. The idea of getting up and walking down the hallway to knock on Evan's door drifted through my mind. I could picture it stepping into the cooler air of the hall, the darkness feeling thicker, my knuckles on his wood door, his tired face answering. "Did you hear that?" I would say. "Is someone upstairs losing it?" It was the kind of thing a reasonable person might do. I did not move. It was easier to imagine him brushing it off. Easier to imagine him saying, "Yeah, that's just the guy up there. He does that sometimes." Easier to fit the situation into a box my brain knew how to handle. "It's just the upstairs neighbor," I whispered to myself instead, because saying it out loud made it feel truer. Maybe a kid, maybe a dog, maybe they dropped something. The heater cycled off with a soft clank, and the room exhaled. In the sudden dip of sound, the normal noises of the building seemed louder. The freeway's hiss seeped in. A distant pipe knocked somewhere in the walls. And then in that thinner silence, I heard one more thing. It was faint, almost gentle, but clear enough that I knew it was not my imagination. A single slow footstep directly above the hallway. Not the rapid pounding from before. Just one measured step, like someone had walked to the exact spot above that black rectangle of a hall and decided to stop there. To stand. To listen. I lay very still, eyes fixed on the ceiling, aware of the hallway, only in the side of my vision, a dark mouth just beyond the edge of the lamp's warm circle. Nothing else followed. Whoever or whatever had made that last step stayed where it was, or disappeared in a way that made no sound at all. I woke up to the sound of the refrigerator. That was my first clear thought. Not where I was, not what time it was, just the low, uneven drone of the fridge cycling, and the faint, dry rattle it made whenever the compressor kicked a little too hard. It was somehow louder than it had been the night before, like the quiet around it had thinned out. My back ached from the thin pull-out mattress. The metal bars underneath had left their opinion printed into my spine. For a few seconds, I lay very still, staring at the underside of the ceiling and letting my memory reassemble itself like pieces of a dropped puzzle. Chicago, the drive, Evan at the door, the hallway, the footsteps. I sat up the hinges on the couch frame, squealing softly. The room looked smaller in the cold light leaking past the edges of the blinds. The lamp was off now. The TV was a black rectangle reflecting the faint shapes of the coffee table and my own hunched outline. The air smelled like stale coffee and old cooking oil, with a hint of something sour under it I could not quite name. Light coming in through the window was gray and flat, The kind of light you get on a winter morning when the sun is somewhere above the clouds, but not particularly interested in trying. Beyond the glass, the parking lot was a patchwork of dirty snow and asphalt. Plows had come through at some point, pushing slush into ridges along the edges of the lot and against the bases of light poles. Tire tracks crisscrossed everywhere, frozen in place. I could hear movement in the kitchen, a faint rattle of plastic, the hollow tap of a mug on laminate. Evan was standing at the counter back to me when I swung my legs off the bed. He had the same hoodie on as the night before, the fabric bunched around his shoulders. A cheap drip coffee machine sat at the end of the counter, wheezing steam, its hot plate already baking the smell of burned coffee into the air. The overhead kitchen light was on a harsh, cool white that made the laminate countertop glow, and also did his face no favors when he turned halfway toward me. The dark circles under his eyes looked deeper in that light, almost like bruises. The skin at the corners of his mouth was tight, like he had been clenching his jaw in his sleep. "Morning," I said, my voice rough. He glanced at me, then at the hallway, then back again. "Hey, coffee?" "Sure." He poured some into a chipped mug and slid it across the counter toward me. The coffee was too dark and smelled a little scorched, but I wrapped my hands around the ceramic anyway, grateful for the heat. For a moment, we just stood there, me on my side of the counter, him on his, the humming refrigerator filling in the empty spaces between us. I broke first. "Your upstairs neighbor threw a party last night or something?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Sounded like someone sprinting laps up there at like 2 a.m. Evan froze. It was subtle, but it was there, his hand stopping halfway to his own mug fingers, hovering just above the handle. His shoulders tightened, the muscles in his neck standing out a little. His eyes flicked almost involuntarily toward the ceiling, and then, as if he realized what he was doing, snapped back down to the counter. The pause lasted maybe half a second. It felt longer. Then he forced a small laugh and picked up the mug, bringing it to his lips. "Yeah." He said the word too bright, like it had been dragged out of him. He does that sometimes. Night owl. Works weird hours or whatever. The answer landed in the air between us and just sat there. It had the polished feel of something he'd said before, maybe to himself, maybe to someone else. A script, not an explanation. "Oh," I said. I took a sip of coffee to fill the silence. It tasted as burnt as it smelled, but it did its job. He changed the subject too quickly. "You hungry?" "There's a diner in the plaza. It's not like great, but it's food." "Yeah," I said. "Diner sounds good." Outside, the cold slapped me fully awake. We crossed the parking lot with our hands stuffed deep into our jacket pockets, breath fogging in front of us. The snow under our boots had that particular crunch it gets when it has been packed and refrozen. Salt crystals popped under my soles. Above the sky was a low lid of unbroken cloud. The diner sat on the end of the strip, its big front windows fogged slightly at the bottom from the warmth inside. A neon sign in the window blinked half-heartedly between open and just pen, humming with each change. When we opened the door, a bell overhead gave a tired jingle. Inside, everything was brighter and louder. The smell hit me first: coffee, bacon, grease, syrup, and bleach from a recently wiped table, all mixed together into something that was not pleasant exactly, but was undeniably familiar. A griddle sizzled at the far end of the counter, fat popping. Plates clattered. A TV in the corner played the local news, this time with sound. The weatherman's voice was tinny, talking about hazardous travel conditions and another band of snow moving in from the west. A waitress in a faded polo and apron waved us toward a booth without looking up from the coffee pot she was topping off. "Sit anywhere you like, Han," she said, though there were only 2 empty booths to choose from. We slid into one near the windows. The vinyl squeaked under my weight. I ended up with the side facing the back of the apartment building. Through the glass, I could see the laundromat, its row of spinning machines blinking and turning, and beyond that, the brick face of Evan's building. Menus appeared in front of us, laminated and worn at the edges. The waitress poured coffee into both our mugs without asking and moved on to the next table, calling someone else sweetheart as she went. We ordered quickly eggs, toast hash browns, and tried again to be those 2 guys from high school. "Remember Coach Miller?" I asked, stirring a packet of sugar into my cup. "Yeah," Evan smirked. "Remember when he made us run suicides because you missed those free throws?" "Pretty sure it was because you missed that layup," I said. "I carried that team." He huffed a laugh, then let it trail off. His gaze drifted past my shoulder toward the window, then flicked briefly toward some point lower, like he was tracking a sound only he could hear. I kept going, naming people from our class, asking if he had seen them around town. He answered, but there was a lag, a delay between question and response, like his attention had to travel back from somewhere else each time before he could speak. It was not just distraction. It was like he was listening for something underneath the diner noise, under the clatter of dishes, the low murmur of other conversations, the hiss of the griddle. Every few seconds, his eyes would do that little flick, not toward the kitchen or the door, but toward the general direction of the back of the building outside, like there was a frequency only he could pick up. I took a sip of my coffee and let my gaze slide past him out the window. From here, I could see the line of apartment units stacked neatly along the back. 4 on top, 4 on bottom, all identical from the outside. Evan's place sat roughly in the center of the ground floor, directly behind the laundromat's back wall. A narrow strip of dead yellowed grass separated the building from the chain-link fence at the edge of the property, where the trees stood like a thin guard between the apartments and the concrete sound wall. The snow behind the units was not smooth anymore. Yesterday's clean blanket had been broken. Paths cut through it where people had dragged their trash to the dumpsters, where kids had taken shortcuts, where dogs had been walked. But behind Evan's unit, I could see the same narrow track I had noticed the night before, leading from the area near his back door straight toward the fence. It looked more worn this morning, the depression deeper, the edges more defined. The footsteps that made it had gone back and forth enough times to carve a clean line through the crust. If anyone else in the diner saw it, they did not show it. They were busy with their own mornings, their own cups of coffee and plates of food. Our breakfast arrived, steam curling up from the eggs. The waitress topped off our mugs again, without asking, calling Evan Han and me sweetheart this time. Plates clinked, forks scraped. We ate. We talked a little. Mostly we pretended everything was fine. When we stepped back outside, the cold hit harder after the diner's warmth. The sky had sunk a shade darker, the clouds pressing down. Our boots found the same packed paths back across the lot, crunch, crunch, crunch. I do not know what made me turn around. Maybe it was habit, that reflexive last glance at the place you just left. Maybe it was something else. But halfway between the diner and the apartment, I looked back over my shoulder at the building. For a split second, I saw a shape in one of the ground floor windows on Evan's side. Not a clear face or anything dramatic, just the solid impression of something dark standing just inside the glass, where the pale light of the overcast day met the dimness of the room. About the height of a person, motionless. Then a car turned into the plaza, its headlights sweeping briefly across the back of the building. The glass caught that glare and turned into a sheet of white reflecting the diner, the lot, the sky. When the car passed and the reflection faded, the shape was gone. I told myself it had been my own shadow warping or a trick of light on blinds. I faced forward again and followed Evan back toward his door. But the image hung in my mind like an afterimage from staring at something too bright. For just that heartbeat, it had felt like the apartment was looking back at us. Back at the apartment, the air felt heavier than it had before breakfast, like the walls had absorbed the warmth and noise of the diner and were now holding it hostage. Evan seemed more distracted as the day went on, not just tired, restless. He could not seem to settle in one place for more than a few minutes. He would stand in the kitchen, open a cabinet stair inside, like he had forgotten what he was looking for, then shut it and walk back toward the living room. Then a few minutes later, he would drift toward the hallway, disappear into it, and stay out of sight just long enough for me to start counting the seconds. From the couch, I could see only the first few feet of the hall. Beige walls, brown carpet, that familiar dark rectangle at the end, where the light did not quite reach. Whenever he walked down there, I would hear his footsteps dull on the carpet, a door quietly opening or closing, then the slightly louder creak of a board near his bedroom. The sounds blurred together after a while into a pattern I could not quite parse. At one point, late afternoon, light flattening everything in the room to the same washed-out color, I heard a faint click from down the hall. I glanced up in time to see a thin sliver of dimness appear where the left-hand bedroom door had been closed. Evan's shoulder slipped through the gap, his body disappearing into the darker room beyond. For a second, his hand remained on the knob, pale fingers tight around the brass, then that vanished too. The door stayed slightly ajar. I waited listening. The TV was on low, some rerun neither of us really watched. The fridge hummed. The freeway whispered behind the building. 10 seconds passed. 15. That prickling feeling crept up my spine like the hallway was longer when he was inside it. I sat up a bit, phone forgotten in my hand, and was just about to call out his name when he reappeared. The door opened just enough for him to slide back through. He pulled it almost fully closed behind him, stopping just short of the frame, so that same narrow gap remained a line of darkness thinner than a finger between door and jamb. His eyes flicked toward me as he stepped into the light again. For a moment, they looked wider than usual, the way they do when someone walks out of a movie theater into sunlight. "You good?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Yeah," he said too quickly. "Just checking something." He came back into the living room and hovered by the edge of the kitchen, not quite committing to either space. His fingers tapped a jittery rhythm on the countertop. "So, what's in your storage room?" I asked after a minute, aiming for lightness. "Bodies." It was the kind of joke we would have made in high school without thinking. The kind of thing that would have gotten a snort and an immediate escalation. "Yours if you keep talking," or something equally stupid. Now his reaction was too sharp for comfort. His eyes flashed to mine a quick, almost panicked look before he forced his face into something closer to a smirk. The laugh that came out sounded like he had to push it the last inch. "Just junk," he said. "Stuff from my dad's old place. I hate that room, honestly." Why the words slipped out before I could stop it. He shrugged, but the movement was tight. "It's just drafty. Weird. I don't like going in there. It smells like my grandparents' house used to, old dust and whatever. It's nothing. There was an edge under nothing that sounded a lot like do not ask again. Okay, I said, holding up a hand like I was surrendering. Fair enough. I get it. Every apartment needs one cursed room for all the crap you do not want to deal with. He huffed the barest hint of amusement touching his mouth for a second, then fading. A few minutes later, he grabbed his keys off the counter. I'm gonna run to the store, he said. Liquor place. You want anything soda? Whatever. I'm good, I told him. I might take a nap. Pull-out bed is killing my spine. Yeah, he said, it does that. He slipped on his shoes by the door without fully untying them, then pulled his hoodie tighter around himself and stepped outside, letting in a gust of cold air that made the heater kick a little louder. The door closed with that same solid thump. For the first time since I arrived, I was alone in the apartment. The difference was immediate. It was not that the sounds changed, they did not. The fridge still hummed. The faint rush of freeway noise still seeped through the walls. Somewhere above, pipes ticked softly as the building adjusted to the temperature. The TV murmured to itself in the corner. But the awareness of being the only heartbeat in the place landed with a weight I felt in my chest. I turned the TV volume down until it was barely audible, just enough to keep from feeling like the silence was absolute. Then I stood at the edge of the living room and looked at the hallway. From this angle, it felt like a threshold to a different atmosphere. The carpet near my feet was worn flat, the fibers darker in an indistinct path where people had walked back and forth over and over. The farther down the hall I looked, the closer the walls seemed to draw together. The light from the lamp did not reach far, just enough to sketch out the first door frames. I stepped onto the hallway carpet. The sound of the living room dropped behind me like I had put on a pair of headphones that filtered out everything above a certain frequency. The hum of the fridge became a muted vibration instead of a clear sound. The TV might as well have been in another building. In their place came a softer layer, the muted rush of water in the pipes somewhere behind the walls, the distant, almost subliminal thrum of the freeway. The air felt subtly cooler here, as if the hallway had its own climate. I walked slowly, socked feet, making barely any sound. As I approached the left-hand door, the storage room, the temperature dipped another notch. The door itself was closed, but as I reached out, I noticed it was not fully latched. The crack between the door and the frame was small but visible. A faint draft seemed to be leaking out from underneath a thin line of air brushing my toes. I put my fingertips on the knob. It was colder than I expected, and slightly slick, like too many hands had grabbed it with damp palms. For a moment, I just stood there, hand resting on the metal, listening. Nothing obvious came from the other side. No shuffling, no breathing, just the overall quiet pressure of a closed room. I imagined dusty boxes, old furniture, maybe some broken electronics. Junk from his dad's place, like he had said. I could open it. The thought felt simple, almost stupid. Just a twist of the knob, a push, and I would know exactly what was in there. No more shadows, no more guessing. If it was just normal clutter, maybe this whole oppressive feeling would break. As that thought reached the point of action in my body, fingers tightening wrist, beginning to turn, the bathroom fan exploded to life behind me. The noise was so sudden and so loud in the narrow hall that I flinched hard enough to knock my knuckles against the door. The fan's rattling hum roared out of the bathroom, a harsh insectile buzzing that seemed to vibrate in my teeth and bones. I knew for a fact I had not touched the bathroom switch. I had not been anywhere near it. Jesus, I muttered, jerking my hand back from the storage room knob like it had burned me. My heart thudded in my chest too fast for how little had technically happened. I stood there in the middle of the hall, caught between the bathroom's white glare and the closed dim door in front of me, and actually laughed out loud, not because it was funny, but because the whole scene felt like something a cheap haunted house would do. Okay, I told myself, voice a little too thin. You are jumpy as hell. Relax. I did not open the door. Instead, I shifted slightly and leaned toward the narrow gap where the door did not quite sit flush in its frame. From this angle, with the bathroom's brutal fluorescent light at my back, I could send a thin beam of reflected brightness into the room, just enough to catch edges. Inside was, as expected, mostly darkness. But slowly, my eyes made sense of a few details. Directly ahead, a bare metal bed frame pushed up against the far wall, stripped of any mattress or bedding. Its outline was clear horizontal slats, a simple headboard, the ghost of where a person might have slept if there had been anything to lie on. Off to one side, the faint shape of a plastic storage bin, the lid slightly warped. Something sat on top of it, hard to tell what. A box, maybe, or a stack of flattened cardboard. And in the corner farthest from the door, the tall covered shape I had glimpsed before. Up close, in this half-light, it looked even more like a person forced to stand very still under a too heavy sheet. The fabric draped from some high point, falling in straight lines, almost to the floor, then bunching slightly at the bottom. I squinted, trying to make it resolve into something more mundane, a garment rack, a cheap wardrobe, anything. That was when I heard it. A sound so soft, it was almost not a sound at all. A faint, slow rustling from somewhere in the room. Not the sharp, crinkling noise of plastic or paper, but a subtler friction like fabric sliding against fabric. Or like a hand moving very lightly through a hanging row of clothes. It lasted maybe 2 seconds. A whisper of movement in the dark. Then it stopped. I felt every muscle in my back lock at once. Air in the vents, I thought, grabbing onto the idea like a lifeline. Just the fan messing with a curtain or something, that's all. I pulled back from the gap more quickly than I meant to the world, outside the narrow slice of darkness, suddenly too bright, too loud. The bathroom fan buzzed on, oblivious to everything. My heart was still hammering far out of proportion to what I had just sensed. I walked back toward the living room, faster than I'd gone down the hall, not quite willing to call it retreating, but not far from it. I turned the fan off on my way past the bathroom without looking inside. The silence that followed was almost worse. By the time I sank back down onto the couch, I had already started rewriting the memory in my head. Ventilation. Settling house. My imagination. Whatever had rustled in that room could stay exactly where it was. The second night settled over the apartment like a lid. We ended up on the couch again after dinner, a couple of takeout containers sweating on the coffee table, Netflix open on the TV. Evan scrolled through options with the remote, the blue-white light from the screen flickering over his face, making the hollows under his eyes look deeper. True crime, he asked. Sure, I said. Why not something cheerful? He put on a documentary about a missing person, grainy footage of search parties walking through woods, interviews with relatives sitting on couches that looked uncomfortable in ways they did not talk about, a detective pointing at a map covered in colored pins. The narrator's calm voice talked about timelines, last known locations, unanswered questions. Some part of my brain registered the irony. I was watching a horror story about someone vanishing while sitting inside another story I did not yet recognize as horror. A person disappears from their life, slips into a space between places, and no one really knows what happened to them. On screen, it was a stranger. In the room, it was a version of Evan. I remembered that seemed to be missing. He looked more worn out than the night before. He did not make many comments about the documentary, did not argue with the narrator the way people usually do when they watch these things. He just stared, eyes half-lidded, fingers twitching occasionally against his leg, like they were playing out some silent pattern only he could feel. Around 9, maybe a little after, he rubbed a hand over his face and pushed himself to his feet. "I'm wiped, man," he said. "I think I'm gonna crash." "You good out here?" "Yeah," I said. "I'll probably watch something else for a bit, then pass out." He nodded, scratched at the back of his neck, and glanced once toward the dark mouth of the hallway. "Remember the couch," he added. "Lift and yank. It'll fight you. I'll wrestle it into submission," I said. He snorted softly, then turned and walked toward his room. Same soft thumps of his socks on the carpet, same shrinking silhouette down the hall. His door opened, light glowed, then disappeared as it closed. The latch clicked. After that, just the TV, the lamp, and me. I did not pull the bed out right away. It felt like too much effort. Instead, I stayed sitting up with my back against the arm of the couch legs, stretched out, my phone in one hand, the remote in the other. I let Netflix roll over into another episode of the same show, and then mute itself after the credits, leaving some other recommended documentary hovering on the pause screen. The lamp, still on its lowest setting, cast long, soft-edged shadows on the walls. The milk crate coffee table shape was doubled one solid, one ghost. The edges of the TV, the frames of the cheap wall art, all had duplicates a shade to the side. Outside snow pressed against the window, glowing faintly orange from the parking lot lights. The frost pattern on the glass had thickened since the night before, branching in thin white veins that blurred the view of the lot. Headlights from a passing car smeared into streaks, then vanished. The upstairs neighbor's footsteps were there, but different. Slower tonight, more uneven. A couple of steps, then nothing. A creak directly above the kitchen, then silence. It did not sound like pacing or running, this time just cautious movement. It almost made the previous night's frantic sprinting feel less real, like a story I had told myself. My eyes slid over and over to the hallway. From where I sat, it was a vertical black bar on the right side of my vision, cutting into the lighter rectangle of the living room wall. The longer I looked at it, the more it felt like depth instead of flatness, like I could almost feel the cold air sinking out of it into the room. I thumbed through my phone, skimming messages I did not feel like answering, emails I did not want to open. The light from the screen made my eyes sting. Eventually, words stopped registering. I scrolled out of habit more than interest. At some point, my body made the decision for me. My head drooped forward a fraction, my grip on the phone loosened, and the whole thing slid out of my hand. It hit the floor with a loud plastic smack, the kind of sound that is way too sharp in a quiet room. I woke up, heart pulse spiking, as if someone had shouted my name. For a second, I did not know where I was. The TV's paused screen glowed in front of me, casting the living room in ghostly light. The lamp painted its circle of warmth. The rest of the apartment was a gradient of gray. Shit, I muttered more in reaction to my own panic than anything. I bent down, fingers fumbling along the floor until they closed around the phone. The case had popped slightly loose on one corner. I snapped it back into place with a click and sat up again, breathing harder than I should have been. As I straightened, something else slipped into the space my own clatter had shaken open. A sound so quiet that if the room had been even slightly louder, I might have missed it. It started near the entrance to the hallway. A soft dragging noise, almost more texture than sound. Not the heavy scrape of furniture or the sharp scritch of an animal's claws. This was lighter, more deliberate. The kind of noise you might get if fingertips or nails trailed along carpet, or if the bottom edge of something soft and weighted fabric maybe was being pulled slowly over the floor. My brain did what it always does. It stalled, waiting for a second data point. For a moment I sat there, head-cocked ears, straining no conscious thoughts, just sheer listening. The scraping continued. It was moving from the open rectangle of the hallway toward the back of the couch. Very slow. A steady, unhurried drag. Not rhythmically, like someone walking, but in a continuous line, like something sliding its way forward. Each microscopic shift of whatever it was vibrated through my nerves in a way footsteps never had. A stupid tiny part of my mind tried to picture something reasonable. A mouse maybe dragging a piece of trash, settling carpet, pipes. But there were only a few inches of space between the back of the couch and the wall. I had seen it when we pulled it out the night before. Dust bunnies, an old receipt, that was it. Nothing big could be back there. Nothing that should make a sound like this. The scraping got closer. It rounded the invisible corner behind my shoulder and came to a stop directly behind my head. The hair on my arms and neck rose all at once like someone had applied static to my skin. My mouth went dry. I did not move. I did not breathe. For a second, there was nothing. Just the knowledge of that last place the sound had come from, hovering a few inches away on the other side of thin fabric and wood. Then behind my ear, through the back of the couch, or the wall, I could not tell which, came 3 soft taps. Tap, tap, tap. They were small, gentle even. Not the pounding of a fist trying to break through, not the aggressive bang of a neighbor angry about noise. They sounded almost polite. The kind of tentative knocking someone might do on a door in a house that was not theirs, testing to see if they were intruding. If you have ever had someone lean in too close to talk to you, close enough that you could feel their breath on your neck, you know the sensation that flooded me. Every nerve along my spine screamed that something was right there, occupying the space most people unconsciously reserve as their own. I froze. My lungs decided air was optional. I held my breath. Without realizing it, shoulders locked, fingers dug into the edge of my sleeping bag. The TV's glow flickered in front of me, the paused image of some documentary host staring out as if he was seeing what I could not. Every sound in the apartment suddenly magnified. The fridge's buzz was a roar. The faint ticking of cooling metal somewhere in the baseboard became a series of violent clicks. A car in the lot outside started its engine turning over, and it sounded like it was in the next room instead of outside the wall. Behind all of that, in the tiny stretch of space behind my head, I felt something else. Not a touch, not quite. More like the echo of a touch that might happen if I moved half an inch backward. A pressure on the air. A sense of being watched from very, very close. Turning around did not feel like an option. Every instinct I had screamed, that if I gave my eyes the chance to see what was behind me, I would regret it in a way that did not have a fix, that some part of me that still believed in the world being logical would break clean in two. So I stared straight ahead and did nothing. I do not know how long I stayed like that. Time in those moments stretched and folded in on itself. It could have been 10 seconds. It could have been 5 minutes. At some point, my chest burned enough that my body forced in a shallow, shaky breath. The taps did not repeat. The scraping did not resume. Gradually, my muscles loosened a fraction at a time. My grip on the sleeping bag eased. My ears adjusted to the layer of noise in the apartment and found nothing new hiding underneath. I made a decision. I did not stand up. I did not grab my stuff and run for the door, though some animal part of me was howling to do exactly that. I did the opposite. I slid down on the pullout as if nothing had happened, rolling onto my side to face the TV, more fully putting the bulk of my body between my face and the back of the couch. With hands that shook more than I wanted to admit, I pulled the blanket up to my chin and forced my breathing into something that at least sounded even. "It's just the building settling," I whispered so quietly I could barely hear myself. "Just pipes, just rats, old walls, that's all, that's all." I repeated variations of that under my breath, like a prayer, until the words stopped sounding like English and turned into shapes. Eventually, against my better judgment, my body began to drift towards sleep again. Exhaustion does not care how scared you are. It just waits until your guard slips. Just as I was about to slide over that edge, the heater shut off with a familiar clank. The warm air stopped. The fan inside the vent wound down in a soft whir. For a second, every other sound in the apartment seemed to back away, leaving a thin, fragile quiet hanging in the room. In that narrow slice of silence, I heard one more thing from behind the wall, down low near the floor. It was barely there, a whisper of a sound, like someone had put their mouth close to the baseboard and exhaled once slowly, or like a soft, breathy chuckle that had been cut off halfway swallowed before it could fully form. By the time the fridge kicked on again and the building's normal noises rushed back in, I was no longer sure if I had actually heard it or if my brain had simply decided to fill in the blank. I woke up feeling like someone had swapped my blood for sand. Every limb was heavy. My eyes burned. My mouth tasted stale, like I'd been sleeping with it half open in dry air, which I probably had. The light in the room was different, thinner, colder, and for a second, I thought I was back in my own apartment in Chicago, waking up late on a Sunday. Then the refrigerator made its familiar, uneven groan. The sight of the hallway across from the couch slid back into my awareness, like a bad memory resurfacing, and everything clicked back into place. The living room looked perfectly normal in daylight. That somehow was worse. Snow-reflected light seeped through the blinds, turning the walls a flat, pale gray. The floor lamp was off. The TV sat dead, a black mirror reflecting the shape of the coffee table and the faint suggestion of my own rumpled outline on the pull-out bed. The milk crate table was cluttered with empty glasses, a crumpled napkin, the remote. Nothing out of place, nothing screaming. If you walked in, then you would have thought it was just another cheap apartment in just another nowhere building. It made what had happened in the dark feel fragile, like a dream that might fall apart if I touched it too hard. Part of me wanted that. Another part replayed the scrape, the taps, the breathy, almost laugh behind the wall, and knew with a cold, stubborn certainty that it had not been just a dream. I pushed the bed frame back into the couch until it folded up with a metallic protest, then shuffled toward the kitchen. Evan was already up. He stood at the counter in the same hoodie as yesterday, a box of off-brand cereal open next to him, milk sweating on the laminate. He had poured himself a bowl and drowned it, but his spoon just moved the pieces around, pushing little islands of flakes into soggy drifts. He looked worse than he had the day before. His eyes were bloodshot, the whites threaded with red. The skin under them had deepened into bruised half-moons. His movements were slower, as if someone had dialed him down a fraction, lifting the spoon, letting milk drip back into the bowl, setting it down again, without actually eating. "Morning," I said, voice hoarse. He glanced up, then away. "Hey, you sleep?" I asked. It was a stupid question, but it came out anyway. "Yeah," he said automatically. "You like garbage," I said, trying for a laugh. It landed flat. "Your couch is trying to kill me." He smiled, but it was a thin thing that did not linger. I thought about saying it, about phrasing the whole scraping and tapping thing as just an anecdote. "Hey, I had the weirdest thing happen last night. You ever notice your walls sound like someone's crawling behind them?" Make it a joke. Leave him room to say, "Yeah, old building," and for both of us to pretend that was enough. Instead, the words snagged in my throat. Hearing them in my head made them sound flimsy and insane, like the kind of story you tell that makes the room go awkwardly quiet afterward. I did not want to see whatever expression would cross his face if he thought I had really heard something. So I said nothing. Evan abandoned the cereal bowl after 2 tentative bites and carried it to the sink. He left it there under the dripping faucet milk, swirling down the drain in slow, thin streaks. Most of the morning passed in a strange, lopsided rhythm. We tried watching TV for a bit, some daytime talk show, with people arguing about paternity tests, but neither of us paid much attention. Evan kept getting up. He would find reasons to move, refill his water check, his phone somewhere else, stand in the kitchen for a minute, and then wander toward the hallway. Each time he walked down there, I heard it. The soft whisper of bare feet on carpet, the subtle shift in the apartment's sound as his body moved further from me. Then a faint click as the left-hand door opened or closed, and nothing for a few beats. The TV's chatter blurred into meaningless noise while I pictured him in that dim storage room, lit only by the spill of light from the hall. He never stayed back there long. Seconds, not minutes. Then the movement, reversed footsteps, the tiny sigh of the floorboard near his bedroom, the barely there woof of air as he re-entered the living room's atmosphere. The third or fourth time, he did it, something in me snapped sideways. The mix of sleep deprivation dread and forced politeness worked like a solvent on my filter. "Dude," I said when he reappeared, trying to coat the words in humor. "Are you hiding a girlfriend? Or a dead body back there?" It was supposed to be a throwaway line. The kind of stupid, morbid joke we used to make all the time. He stopped dead. For a split second, his face went completely blank, like someone had wiped all expression off it with one swipe. Then something hot flashed through his eyes, a flicker of anger or fear, I could not tell which, and his jaw clenched. "Drop it, man," he said, sharper than I had ever heard him. Not funny. The room cooled a few degrees. It was amazing how fast the mood shifted. The TV's canned laughter seemed to clang louder and more painfully against the walls. The hum of the fridge grated. The heater's low blows of warm air felt intrusive instead of comforting. "Okay," I said, hands up in a small surrender. "Sorry, I was just messing around." He looked at me for a long moment, breathing a little too fast. like he was deciding whether to say something or bolt. Then he exhaled, shoulders dropping, and turned away. He started, then cut himself off. Forget it. We let the silence hang there stiff and awkward. To break it, I latched onto the first practical idea that came to mind. "You want to get out for a bit?" I asked. "I could use some snacks. And actual beer that isn't whatever died in your fridge." He snorted at that, a faint, reluctant smile tugging at one corner of his mouth. "Yeah," he said. "Walmart run. Classy." "Only the finest," I said. The walk outside felt like stepping into a different universe. The air in the parking lot was raw and damp, the scent of exhaust and wet asphalt replacing the close, stale blend of Evan's apartment. Our boots crunched through dirty slush that had been ground down by 100 tires and refrozen into uneven ridges. Shopping carts stood in uneven lines in the corral, some half-buried metal rattling when the wind nudged them. At Walmart, the sliding doors opened with a hiss, and the fluorescent light inside hit my eyes like a physical slap. Everything in there was loud and artificial by design. Overhead, rows of humming tubes turned the aisles into endless, bright tunnels. The air smelled like plastic sugar fryer oil from the in-store fast food counter and that strange, almost sweet chemical tang of cheap cleaning products. Over the speakers, some generic pop song played loud enough to blur into a steady, upbeat buzz about dancing or love or something equally distant from the life I was stepping out of. People pushed carts in loose, half-board patterns, wheels squeaking, kids whining for snacks. A woman in a puffy jacket argued softly with a man near the frozen foods aisle about which brand of pizza to get. I felt unreasonably aware of the contrast. This was the other side of the country's nervous system, bright wide, full of choices. No dark hallways that dead-ended into black rectangles, no scraping in the walls, just shelves of cereal and batteries, and 3 different brands of trash bags. It made what was happening in that brick building behind the plaza feel weirdly localized, like a tumor in an otherwise healthy body. Most of the world moved as usual under humming lights and piped-in music. Meanwhile, a few hundred yards away, something else was unfolding behind beige walls and a door that did not quite close right. We moved through the store with a list that did not exist outside our shared idea of snacks. Chips, microwave burritos, a case of cheap beer, some soda, a random bag of candy. Evan grabbed without seeming to see it. We did not talk much. When we did, it felt shallow jokes about price hikes, complaints about the weather. On the way back, we cut behind the plaza the same way as before. The laundromat's back wall stared at us blank and windowless. The dumpsters sat sullen in their concrete corral lids, rimed with dirty ice. Beyond them, the apartment building rose brick, already dampening from the fresh snow. My eyes went to the narrow strip of ground behind Evan's unit without me having to tell them where to look. The path in the snow was more defined now. What the day before had been a depressed line in a mostly smooth surface was now a clear track, darker, where boots had packed the snow all the way down. It ran straight from the area behind his kitchen, where the back door would be to the chain-link fence. Then it stopped. The snow on the other side of the fence was almost untouched, just a thin scattering where wind had blown it through the links. No continuation of the path, no mess of footprints showing someone climbing over. Just that one worn route back and forth between door and boundary. Kids shortcutting again, I told myself, but the words did not even sound convincing in my own head. Inside the apartment, the familiar smells closed around us again. The heat, the stale oil, the metallic edge in the air. Evan dropped the Walmart bags on the counter with a soft thud and started putting things away, like he had done it 100 times before. I bent down to untie my boots and noticed a smear of dirty gray on the cheap vinyl by the back door. Up until then, that area of the floor had been relatively clean. Now, there were irregular prints near the mat, half-formed outlines of shoe soles stamped in melted snow and parking lot slush. A couple of them overlapped, giving the impression of someone pacing there, briefly turning, coming and going. They were not mine. I had taken my boots off near the front door both nights. The treads did not match Evan's either. His sneakers sat neatly by the entrance, their soles dusty but dry. I followed the faint trail with my eyes. It led from the back door to the edge of the kitchen, and then faded where the floor met the carpet, as if whoever had made them had stood there for a moment. And then, what walked? Only in places that did not show. Stepped into a hallway of their own. Evan stepped right past the marks without looking down. Or maybe he did look and chose not to register them. His face did not change. He opened the fridge, shoved the case of beer inside, and shut it again with a little more force than necessary. "You want one now?" he asked, like nothing was wrong. "Yeah," I said, even though my stomach turned slightly at the thought. "Sure." He pulled 2 cans out, snapped one open, and handed it to me. We cracked them at the same time. The sound of aluminum giving way echoed a little too loudly in the small kitchen. Neither of us mentioned the footprints. He pretended not to see them. I pretended to believe they were nothing. The building, of course, remembered everything. That afternoon, I offered to do something normal, just to feel like a functioning human being. "You want me to throw in a load of laundry?" I asked, nodding at the small pile of clothes that had migrated into a sad mound near the hallway. Evan looked up from where he was half-heartedly scrolling on his phone. For a second, he seemed confused by the offer, like I had spoken in another language. Then he blinked and shrugged. Sure, he said. "Machines are in the basement, end of the hall stairs down. Gotta bring your own quarters. Change machines down there, I think." The idea of leaving the apartment, even just to go underneath it, sounded weirdly appealing. At least it would be a different set of walls. I gathered my stuff, some of my clothes, a few of his, a bottle of detergent he pointed out under the sink, and headed toward the front door. As I stepped into the hallway, outside, the motion sensor light flicked on with a loud tick, filling the corridor with a cold, bluish glow. The air out there was cooler, smelling faintly of dust and somebody's overcooked dinner. At the far end of the hall, a metal door sat slightly ajar with a paper sign taped above it, "Laundry, Basement." The tape had yellowed and curled at the edges. I pushed the door fully open, and a breath of colder, slightly wetter air drifted up from below. The stairwell was narrow concrete steps worn smooth in the center from years of feet. The walls were painted a dingy off-white that did not bother to pretend it was anything but cheap. A thin stripe of light from the hallway above stretched down the first few steps before giving up. The rest of the illumination came from a buzzing fluorescent tube mounted halfway down its light, flickering just enough to be annoying. The smell changed as I descended. Detergent sharp and floral, like someone had poured half a bottle directly onto the floor, mixed with the damp mineral scent of old concrete. Under that, there was the faint metallic tang of water and pipes. The laundry room itself was bigger than I expected, a rectangular space with low ceilings and exposed pipes running along them like gray veins. Vents blew lukewarm air across the room, just enough to keep it from feeling completely underground. 4 washing machines and 4 dryers lined one wall, their enamel chipped and slightly yellowed with age. A metal change machine sat bolted to the far wall, its front scuffed with 100 keys and coins. 2 of the washers were already going rattling in place as they hit their spin cycle. The sound bounced around the room, echoing off the concrete floor and cinder block walls. It had a weird rhythm, whump, 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 that sounded disturbingly like heavy footsteps if I let my mind go there. Someone else was down there. A middle-aged woman stood by one of the dryers, folding a stack of towels into neat, precise rectangles. She wore a faded sweatshirt with some local radio station's logo on it, and a pair of pink rubber clogs. Her hair was pulled back into a messy bun streaked with gray. A laundry basket sat at her feet, half full of clothes that looked like they belonged to a small family kid-sized pants, bright t-shirts. She glanced up when I came in, gave me a quick once-over, and then a polite half-smile. "Hey," she said. "Hey," I replied, setting my basket down near an empty machine. I busied myself with the ritual sorting clothes, pouring detergent, feeding the machine quarters. The moment felt almost normal, domestic, the kind of ordinary chore that does not usually come with an undercurrent of dread. "You visiting?" she asked after a minute, not looking directly at me, just folding. "Yeah," I said, "staying with a friend for a couple days." She nodded. "Which unit?" 3B, I said, the one in the middle facing the back. Her hands paused mid-fold. It was quick, a tiny hitch in the smooth motion of towel to towel, but I saw it. She finished the fold, set the towel on the pile, and then straightened, pressing her palms briefly against her lower back like it hurt. "Oh," she said. "Yeah, that unit." Something in the way she said that made the tiny hairs on my arms stir. I tried to keep my voice light. "What about it?" She shrugged, eyes sliding past me to the washers, then up to the ceiling where the pipes ran humming. "Nothing really. Just landlord had a hard time keeping that one filled for a while. People move in, move out. You know how it is. Noise at night. Complaints. Some folks are sensitive." As she said, noise at night, one of the washing machines kicked into its full spin, banging against its metal sides in a hard, unsteady rhythm. The sound thudded through the floor, a dull thump, thump, thump that sounded uncomfortably close to someone running back and forth overhead. Almost on cue, a pipe somewhere above us knocked 3 times. Not loud, but sharp. Tap, tap, tap. The sound echoed along the metal, fading slowly. It matched the memory in my body more than my ears, 3 gentle impacts behind my head through the couch. The woman did not flinch. Either she was used to the building's noises, or she had long ago decided not to react to them. "You said people complained," I asked, forcing my attention back to her. About what? She looked at me more closely, then like she was trying to decide how much to say. Her eyes were a pale brown, a few fine lines radiating from their corners. "Thin walls," she said finally. "Creaks. Bumps. Weird hours. Some folks hear things and go straight to the landlord like he can fix the foundation with a screwdriver." She hesitated, then added more quietly, "Last guy before your friend? Police came by more than once. Wellness checks that kind of thing. I mind my business, but walls are thin around here. Hard not to notice when something's off." My stomach dropped a few inches. "What happened to him?" I asked. She shrugged again, the motion more defensive this time. "He moved out." or was, told to move out. I don't keep track. Like I said, I mind my business. The washing machine's spin cycle picked up speed, its banging smoothing into a higher, steady whir. The fluorescent tube above us flickered, once buzzing louder, then calmed. I nodded like all of that information slid right off me. Yeah, I get it. Old buildings are weird. She gave me a look that said she did not buy my nonchalance, but she did not push it. Instead, she loaded her basket with the folded towels, set it on her hip, and moved toward the door. Anyway, she said, "Welcome to the building, I guess. Try some earplugs if it gets too noisy." "Thanks," I said. "I'll keep that in mind." She left. The door swung shut slowly behind her, with a hollow thud, the sound echoing in the stairwell. For a moment, I was alone with the machines, the hum of the vents and the pipes whispering above. My washer churned water, sloshing rhythmically inside. Somewhere near my feet, the floor felt colder, as if a draft seeped up through the concrete. When the spin cycle timer finally beeped, I transferred my clothes to a dryer and fed it more quarters, watching the drum start its slow, rotational blur. The mechanical normalcy of it was almost hypnotic. On my way out, basket balanced against my hip, I passed a bulletin board mounted crookedly on the wall just outside the laundry room door. It was the usual mess of building life, a handwritten flyer about lost keys, a notice about changing furnace filters, someone advertising piano lessons. Pinned near the bottom, skewed and starting to curl, was an old missing flyer. The paper had yellowed around the edges. The plastic sheet someone had once put over it was cracked and cloudy in places. The ink underneath faded from sun exposure until it was almost sepia. The photo at the center was black and white now, more from age than design. It showed a young man, probably mid-20s, looking straight at the camera. The features were softened by time, but I could make out a familiar set to the jaw, a similar slope to the nose. The hair was longer, the face fuller, but for a heartbeat my brain made a connection it did not want to make. It looked like Evan. Not exactly a cousin maybe, or a version of him from a parallel life. But the resemblance was just close enough that the world seemed to tilt a fraction. I leaned closer, trying to read the text. Most of it had bled or flaked away. I could see fragments, a first name that started with D or maybe E, a date from a few years back, mention of the local police department. My heart thudded once hard, scraping memories of the true crime show we had watched together against whatever this was in front of me. Then the stairwell door at the top creaked open, letting in a draft of colder air and the faint sound of footsteps above. The building's noises rose to fill the moment. I straightened, turned away from the board, and carried my laundry back up into the brighter hallway, telling myself that people resembled each other all the time. I did not pull the flyer down. I did not take a picture of it. For reasons I still cannot fully explain, I pretended I had never seen it at all. By the time I got the laundry out of the dryer and folded, the apartment felt almost cozy. The dryer's leftover warmth hung in the air, softening the chill that usually seeped in from the windows. The living room was a degree or two warmer than it had been all day, the kind of warmth that made the pull-out couch look briefly inviting instead of like a torture device. The dryer itself hummed softly in the hallway closet, a low, contented purr that vibrated through the wall. For once, the sound did not immediately register as ominous. It was just another appliance doing its job. Evan was standing by the kitchen window when I came back, and his shoulder, pressed against the frame, fingers hooked in the edge of the blinds. He had them tilted open just enough to see through without being obvious. From where he stood, he would have a perfect view of the dumpsters and the strip of dead grass behind the building. He was not moving, just staring. "You good?" I asked, setting the folded laundry down on the arm of the couch. He twitched, like I had walked up behind him instead of speaking from across the room. "Yeah," he said, letting the blinds fall shut, just zoning out. He turned away from the window too quickly. The slats clicked against each other, then settled. I watched him for a second, the way his shoulders stayed a little too high, his jaw too tight. The memory of the neighbor's face in the laundry room, the way she had said, that unit floated up like a bubble I could not quite pop. "The neighbor downstairs says people had noise problems with this unit," I said, trying to keep my tone neutral. "She made it sound like this place had a reputation. I meant it as a test, a small one. See what he did with it." Evan froze again. It was the same fraction of a second delay I had seen before, the same blankness sliding across his features before he scrambled something else on top. His eyes flicked automatically toward the hallway, then snapped back to me. People complain about everything he said, laughing too loudly. The sound was thin and jagged, like it had been dragged across sandpaper. Old building, pipes, neighbors, whatever. Some folks hear a creak and act like it's a ghost. "Yeah," I said, "some folks." He grabbed a beer from the fridge and cracked it open, taking a swallow that looked more like a reflex than thirst. The hiss of the can opening echoed in the small kitchen. I should have left it there. Instead, some part of me worn down by 2 bad nights and too many half answers stepped over the line. "You texted me once," I said, "a while back." He looked up slowly. "You asked if I ever felt like something was in my hallway at night." His face emptied out. No anger this time. No quick fake smile. Just a flat stillness, like every muscle in his features had decided to hold its position and wait. His eyes slid almost involuntarily toward the dark gap of the hallway. It was not dramatic, not a snap of attention, more like a compass needle finding north. For a long moment, he said nothing. The fridge hummed. The heater clicked on, blowing out a warm sigh through the vent. Somewhere above us, someone's pipes shuddered with water. You ever live alone long enough that your own place starts to feel wrong, he said, finally, voice quieter. Like it's not just you in there, like it's learning you. The phrasing landed in my chest, like a stone dropped into deep water. I swallowed. I've lived in apartments that creaked a lot, I said carefully. And mine, back in Chicago, makes some weird noises. Old building, thin walls, weird acoustics. Your brain fills in blanks. Even as I said it, my mind flashed through a highlight reel of the last 48 hours running footsteps overhead at 2:37 a.m., scraping behind the couch, 3 soft taps, like a polite knock an inch from my skull-rustling fabric in the storage room. We're pattern machines. I added more for myself than for him. We see faces in outlets, hear voices in the radiator, that kind of thing. He nodded once, but his expression did not relax. Yeah, he said. Sure, patterns. He finished the beer too fast and tossed the empty can toward the recycle bin. It bounced off the edge and clattered onto the floor. He did not pick it up. Outside, the day dimmed. By late afternoon, the snow clouds had thickened into one unbroken lid of gray. As evening settled in the parking lot, lights flicked on, automatically bathing the snow in that sickly orange sodium glow. It bounced off the low clouds and seeped back in through the blinds, tinting the edges of the room. The building felt more alive after dark. Creaks traveled through the walls in restless little chains from one unit to the next. The elevator at the front of the building whined occasionally as it climbed or descended, a faint mechanical groan that sounded older than the place actually was. TVs in multiple apartments bled together into a low, ghostly chorus sports commentary, sitcom laugh tracks, a movie explosion, all mashed into one indistinct sound. If I closed my eyes, it was easy to imagine the whole building inhaling and exhaling, all 8 units breathing in sync. We moved through the evening on autopilot. Microwave burritos, more TV, half-hearted conversation that looked like normal friendship if you squinted. At some point, Evan stood up and stretched. "I'm gonna crash," he said, voice thin. "Work tomorrow." "What time you gotta be up?" I asked. "Early," he said. "Doesn't matter. I won't sleep anyway." It was such a nakedly honest sentence that it took me a moment to realize he had said it out loud. He seemed to catch himself, cleared his throat, and added, "You good out here?" "Yeah," I said. "I'll lock up." He nodded, then shuffled toward the hallway. I listened to his footsteps fade down the carpeted tunnel. His bedroom door closed with a soft click. A narrow line of light appeared at the bottom for a few seconds, then went dark. I stayed on the couch screen, glow washing over my face, pretending to be interested in whatever was playing. I do not remember what show it was. At some point, I realized I could hear Evan's voice. It was faint, coming from down the hallway, beyond my line of sight. A low murmur, rising and falling in tone too soft for words, but distinct enough that I knew he was not just watching a video. There was a rhythm to it, a back and forth cadence that sounded exactly like a one-sided conversation. Pleading, annoyed, resigned. The emotions came through in the shape of the sound, even if the actual language did not. Every so often, he would pause, like he was listening. Then his voice would start again, sharper, like he was arguing with whoever or whatever was on the other side of the silence. The hairs on my arms stood up. I turned the TV volume down a notch, then another, until it was barely above a whisper. The building's sounds flooded in around the edges. Pipes, distant laughter, the hiss of the freeway. Underneath it, all that soft stream of words from behind his bedroom door. I sat there for a minute, my brain flipping through explanations. Phone call, video chat, talking to himself, praying. All of them would have made sense in another context. The conversation continued low and insistent. Finally, curiosity and fear reached an equilibrium that pushed me to my feet. I stepped quietly onto the hall carpet, wincing at how loud the fibers sounded under my socks. The air felt colder there again, that slight dip in temperature that made my skin tighten. The closer I got to the end of the hall, the clearer the sound should have become. But it did not. It stayed oddly distant, like it was coming through more walls than logically existed. Just tone, no words. Halfway down, I paused. The silence between phrases made my pulse throb in my ears. I edged forward until the last section of the hallway came into view. Both back doors were closed. No light seeping from underneath. No shadow moving beneath the gap. The hallway was empty still, and too dark past the reach of the overhead bulb. The voice had stopped. The switch from sound to silence was so complete, it felt like someone had hit a mute button the second my feet crossed whatever invisible line marked too close. I stood there, every part of me listening, and heard only the building, the faint rush of air in a vent, the tick of something cooling inside the wall. I stared at Evan's door long enough that my eyes started inventing movement in the imperfections of the wood. My mind fed me images, him standing just on the other side, ear pressed to the door, holding his breath exactly like I was. Or him, further inside, facing the wrong corner of the room, whispering into a darkness I was not invited to see. After a minute, I backed away. The urge to knock was strong and stupid. I did not follow it. I retreated to the living room, turned the TV up to a normal volume again, and laid out the pull-out couch like a ritual barrier metal frame, thin mattress sleeping bag spread. The lamp went to its lowest setting, drawing that small circle of safety around the bed. Eventually, exhaustion dragged my eyes closed. I hovered on the edge of sleep, suspended between awareness and whatever comes after. The sounds of the building melted into the background. Somewhere a toilet flushed. Somewhere else a door closed. The heater cycled off with its usual clank. In the quiet that followed, the apartment held its breath. That was when I heard it, one clear word from down the hall, spoken in a voice that sounded like Evan's, but stripped of everything human. No warmth, no hesitation, just a flat, almost mechanical tone. Stay. It was not loud. It did not need to be. The words seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, at once bouncing off the walls in a way that made it impossible to pin down. I could not tell if it had come from his bedroom, the storage room, or from the dark air sitting between them. My eyes snapped open. I stared at the ceiling, heart-racing, throat dry. The hallway remained a black rectangle at the edge of my vision. No footsteps followed. No doors opened. The building swallowed the word like it was something it had heard before. By the morning of the third day, my nerves felt like exposed wires. I woke up from a sleep that did not feel like sleep at all, more like a series of blackouts strung together. Every time I opened my eyes during the night, some part of the room had rearranged itself in my memory. The angle of the lamp's shadow, the depth of the darkness in the hallway, the way the heater's hum blended with the breath of the building. None of it felt solid. The first thing I saw when I rolled onto my back was the hallway. It sat across from the couch, like it always did, a rectangular cut of shadow that looked almost harmless in daylight. The overhead bulb in the hall was off, leaving the first few feet, lit only by the pale winter light leaking in from the living room window. It made the carpet look flat and dull, the walls a dirty beige. Past that, it was just gradiented dark again. I caught myself staring at it, not glancing, not checking. Staring, letting my eyes rest on that black mouth for long stretches without blinking, waiting for something to shift, to move to step forward. At some point, I realized my jaw was clenched so tightly, my teeth hurt. I'm leaving tomorrow. I thought the sentence forming with a clarity that surprised me. This is too weird. It felt like making a decision about the weather, something obvious and overdue. I could put it on work, on some last-minute project or meeting. No one questions work stuff. Even if he did not believe me, it gave both of us a way out. I folded the couch back into itself, metal grinding as it shut, then shuffled to the kitchen. The air felt stale, thick with the smell of old oil and coffee that had been brewed too many times in the same machine. Evan was at the counter, staring at his phone, a fast food napkin crumpled under one hand, like he had been twisting it without realizing. An open box of cereal and a bowl of milk sat untouched next to him. The cereal pieces had gone soggy, swelling into pale, bloated shapes. He looked worse again. There was a slight tremor in his hand when he set the phone down. The skin around his eyes was raw looking, like he had rubbed them too hard at some point in the night. His shoulders sagged, his hoodie hanging off him like it belonged to someone else. "Morning," I said. "Hey," he replied, voice flat. I poured myself coffee from the pot that had clearly been sitting for a while. The smell of burned grounds hit me harsh and acidic. I drank it anyway. We moved through the morning like two people pretending they had slept fine. Words were sparse, brittle. The TV filled in most of the silence with some daytime rerun. Every time I passed the entrance to the hallway, something in my chest tightened. I would feel the tug of curiosity, of dread, of whatever it is that makes people in horror movies open doors they should not open. I did not go down there. Not yet. Not in the morning, when everything looked almost normal, and I might have convinced myself I had imagined things. Instead, I clung to my plan. Tell him tonight. Leave tomorrow. Get back on the highway before whatever lived in that building decided I was interesting enough to keep. Around noon, we decided to get food. "Let's hit that fast food place out front," Evan said. "I'm sick of my own fridge." His attempt at normal sounded like someone reading a line from a script, but I grabbed my jacket anyway. Normal was better than the alternative. Outside, the sky was a uniform low gray, the edges of the plaza blurred by a faint haze of fine drifting snow. The fast food place squatted at the front of the parking lot, red and yellow logo, bright against the winter. The glass doors slid open as we approached warm, greasy air rushing out to meet us. Inside, everything was loud and too bright. Menu boards glowed above the counter, cycling through photos of burgers and combo meals with unnatural shine. Fryers beeped. Oil hissed. A speaker crackled with drive-through orders and a tinny voice that was always slightly too loud, cutting through the chatter. The floor was slick in places from melted snow, tracked in by customers' salt crystals scattered under the tables. We ordered like people who had done this 1,000 times. Number 6, medium, extra sauce. The cashier did not look at us long enough to notice how wrecked we probably appeared. Our receipts printed with a faint grinding noise. We sat in a booth by the window trays sliding on the laminate table. I watched Evan unwrap his burger with the slow, distracted motions of someone who was not actually hungry. He took one bite, chewed mechanically, then set the burger down and started picking at the fries, breaking some in half and lining others up on the edge of the tray like he was building a fence. The smell of grease and ketchup should have been comforting. Instead, it felt cloying, like it was coating the inside of my throat. "Look, man," I said, finally unable to stand the half-silence anymore. "You okay? Really?" He did not look up at first. His thumb pressed a fry into the ketchup so hard it snapped. He wiped his fingers on a napkin, folded the napkin into a tight square, then unfolded it again. "Yeah," he said. "Just tired." "Tired," I repeated. "For how long?" He shrugged. "Work sucks. Night shifts. I don't know. You know how it is." "I know how it is to be tired," I said. "I don't know how it is to talk to your hallway at night." His eyes flicked up sharply, searching my face for how serious I was. For a second, it looked like he might say something real, something that would pull the whole situation into focus. Instead, his gaze slid away toward the window. "I'm fine," he said. "Really?" He sounded like someone trying to convince themselves more than me. We ate in small, awkward bursts after that. The fries went cold. The burger wrappers stuck to the table. The overhead lights hummed. Somewhere behind us, a kid dropped a toy and started crying until his mother gave it back. I watched Evan's reflection in the window more than I watched him in front of me. The glass showed the parking lot, the strip of snow, the brick of his building beyond it. His face in the glass looked thinner, longer, as if the window had taken something out of him. On the walk back, the air felt even colder. We cut behind the plaza out of habit now. The dumpsters squatted in their concrete pen, like they had not moved in decades. The laundromat's back wall stared at us blank. My eyes went immediately to the strip of snow behind Evan's unit. The original path, deep stamped down footprints, was still there, running straight from the back door area to the chain link fence. But now, alongside it, there was a second track. Slightly smaller, the depressions were not as deep, like whoever made them weighed less or had walked more delicately. They followed just to the side of the main path, sometimes overlapping, sometimes veering a few inches outward before aligning again. Two people walking the same route, one always half a step off. The fence at the end still showed no disturbance, no marks in the snow on the other side, just that paired track leading into nowhere and stopping as if the boundary was a wall in more than just metal. I did not say anything. I did not point. Evan did not look. Inside, the air of the apartment wrapped around us, like always stale and familiar. The HVAC system seemed especially touchy that afternoon. Every few minutes, the fan would roar to life, sending a shiver through the walls, then shut off with a resonant clank that made the picture frames tremble. The vents sighed and clicked the ductwork, expanding and contracting like a lung. Occasionally, somewhere buried deep in the plumbing, a noise like a slow knock would travel. 1, 2, sometimes 3 impacts, spaced out, as if the pipes were reluctantly answering a question no one had asked. Evan barely made it through, dropping his keys in the bowl by the door. "I'm gonna lie down," he said, already turning toward the hallway. "Long night. You working tonight?" I asked, even though I already knew the answer would not change anything. He paused, shoulders stiff, then said, "Yeah," without looking back. He disappeared down the hall, his footsteps fading. His door shut with a soft click. No line of light appeared underneath this time. It felt like the hallway had simply swallowed him. Time in the living room stretched. The afternoon light dulled further, sliding toward evening. Shadows in the corners thickened. The TV murmured without really saying anything. I sat on the couch and scrolled my phone, not absorbing any of it, my attention constantly drifting back toward that vertical gap in the wall. At some point, I realized I needed the bathroom and forced myself to stand. As I walked past the storage room door, that familiar unease slid like cold water down my spine. The door was closed, the frame slightly misaligned, leaving a thin line of darkness around the edges. The draft coming from under it was more noticeable now, a faint ribbon of cooler air brushing my ankles. I told myself to keep walking. Instead, I slowed. That was when I heard it. Faint, buried under the hum of the HVAC and the distant murmurs of other apartments, but distinct enough that my brain did not mistake it for anything else. Creak. Pause. Creak. The sound was rhythmic, the way something sounds when weight shifts on metal. Bed springs, the image in my head, assembled itself without my permission. Someone sitting at the edge of a bed, rocking slightly, rising just enough to lift the tension, and then settling back down. Back and forth, back and forth. But there was no mattress in that room. I had seen it in that thin beam of stolen light. Just a bare metal frame uncovered, exposed. No reason for springs to sing like that. The noise continued for another few beats. Creak, creak, then stopped abruptly, like whatever had been sitting there had realized it was being listened to. The hallway seemed to tighten around me. The air felt thinner. I stood there, heart thudding, staring at a cheap white door that should have hidden nothing more sinister than boxes and old furniture, and made myself keep walking past the bathroom, back to the living room, back to my bag and my plan. Tomorrow, I told myself, one more night, then I was gone. I tried to treat the third night like a formality, just something to get through. One more line in the itinerary before I could check out, throw my bag in the car, and watch this place shrink in my rearview mirror. That was the story I told myself anyway. I pulled the couch out again, fighting the same janky mechanism metal scraping as the frame unfolded. The thin mattress slumped under my hand when I patted it down, already bearing the imprint of my weight from the past 2 nights. I spread my sleeping bag over it and stacked an extra pillow under my head, as if any amount of physical cushioning could blunt what was wrong with the air in that room. I left the TV on. Not a show this time, just the home screen of the streaming app, an idle menu cycling through recommendations in slow, hypnotic loops. Thumbnails brightened and dimmed, crime dramas, comedies, a nature documentary about oceans. Each one flared to life for a few seconds, then slid away, replaced by another stranger's story. The volume was turned low, just enough for the occasional UI chime or sound snippet from a trailer to filter through. Synthetic voices, laughter tracks, advertiser jingles, manufactured human noise. It felt better than silence. I sat propped up against the arm of the couch phone in my hand, doing my best to scroll myself into numbness. Social media memes, a few texts from people back in Chicago, asking stupid normal questions. You alive? Coming back. Monday, right? Dude, did you see this? I typed out half a reply once or twice, and then backspaced it all away. What was I supposed to say? Yeah, I'm good. Just staying in a haunted hallway. Every few minutes, my eyes drifted from the screen to the right. The hallway sat there like an empty movie frame, waiting for something to step into it. The lamp, still on its lowest setting, threw just enough light to etch the outline of the entrance into the wall. Beyond the first foot of carpet, the dark thickened, turning the rest into a flat void. I kept imagining how it would look if a shape appeared there, if a foot crossed the threshold, if a hand curled around the edge of the wall, if a shadow broke away from the rest and moved. The fact that nothing did almost made it worse. It was an invitation that never got answered, a stage with a curtain that refused to rise. At some point, the words on my phone blurred. My eyelids felt gritty. The room swam a little when I blinked too slow. I was too wired to feel safe, too exhausted to keep my guard fully up. That thin edge between wakefulness and sleep stretched out under me. I did not make a conscious choice to lie down. One moment, I was sitting thumb moving clumsily over the screen. The next, my head was tipped back against the pillow. My hand slacked my phone resting on my chest, the blue light from it painting my knuckles. The lamp must have been on a timer I did not know about. When I woke up, the room had changed. The first thing I registered was the color of the light. The warm yellow circle from the lamp was gone. In its place, a colder, more artificial glow seeped into the room. The TV screen was still on, but the app had gone into a kind of idle mode, a slow shifting wash of cool blues and purples drifting across the screen like an abstract screensaver. Those colors washed over the coffee table, the empty beer cans, the frames on the wall. turning everything into a series of flat blue-toned shapes. Shadows were sharper, edges more defined. I tried to move. Nothing happened. My brain sent the signal roll over, sit up, lift your arm, and my body ignored it like a broken connection. My chest felt heavy, as if something was resting on it, not crushing exactly, but pinning. My arms might as well have been poured full of concrete. My fingers tingled with that half-asleep numbness, but they would not twitch. Panic rose, fast, hot, and irrational. I tried to swallow it down and found that even that simple movement felt sluggish. I could breathe, but only in shallow sips. My jaw was not clenched shut, but it was held just tight enough that I could not force sound through it. My tongue felt thick. The idea of forming actual words was laughable. My eyes were free. They darted around the room, tracking the familiar landmarks, the coffee table with its scratched glass, and milk crates, the TV cycling its slow aurora of colors, the dormant lamp, the outline of the kitchen counters, the faint gleam off the fridge handle. Everything looked normal, if washed in a sickly aquarium blue, slowly, because I already knew what I was going to see, and also knew there was no way around it. My gaze slid to the right, down the hallway. At the far end, where the darkness usually flattened everything into one featureless rectangle, something stood, tall, still. The shape of a person planted in the small square of space where the hall dead-ended between the two back doors. It had Evan's height and build, that same long torso, those narrow shoulders arms hanging at its sides. The head tilted just slightly to one side, as if considering something. Instead of features, there was just absence. The TV's glow did not catch on eyes or cheekbones, or anything that could be called a face. The front of it was all shadow, a deeper cut of black against the hallway's already dark walls. Nothing in it moved. I tried to speak his name in my head. Evan. I tried to project it, to imagine it pushing out from behind my teeth, even if my real mouth could not form it. Maybe some piece of him would respond. Maybe this was just him, standing there being weird and sleep-deprived in a way that could still be explained. The figure did not react. It did not twitch, did not breathe, did not shift its weight from one foot to the other. Even really still people wobble a little. There is always some micro-movement. This thing had none. It was still in the way a cutout is still. In the way an idea is still. The hum of the fridge filled the room, an obnoxiously normal sound. From somewhere far off, the freeway whispered. The building creaked once, wood settling in the cold. At the end of the hall, the silhouette held its pose. The moment stretched. Sleep paralysis, my rational mind piped up, mustering strength. This is classic. Prop nightmare. Brain glitch. You are half awake, body locked, mind throwing you the worst slideshow it can manage. That is all. I clung to that explanation like a rope. If I could just ride it out, it would fade. That is what people say, right? That you wait, and your body catches up to your brain, and the shadow thing goes away. Then the figure moved. Not toward me. Not in some jerky human way. It turned. The motion was too smooth, like someone rotating a model in cheap animation software. The head, shoulders, and torso pivoted together in one continuous arc until it faced the left-hand door of the storage room. The arms stayed at its sides, fingers, if there were fingers, never lifting. It stood like that, for a beat, angled toward the closed door I had seen cracked and glimpsed inside. Then it walked. The steps were silent, but the movement was unmistakable. One foot, then the other, a steady, even progression down the last 2 or 3 feet of hallway. No hesitation, no checking if I watched. It just crossed the space between where it had been and the storage room doorway with the inevitability of a line being drawn. When it reached the door, it did not need to open it. The darkness around the frame seemed to swell, swallowing the silhouette as it reached the threshold. The outline slid sideways into that gap, dissolving into deeper shadow until there was nothing left at the end of the hall but the familiar blank closed doors, cheap beige paint, and darkness. The second it disappeared, my chest unlocked. Air flooded in so sharply, I almost choked on it. My lungs burned. Pins and needles flared in my fingers first, then in my forearms, then along my shoulders, as sensation came roaring back. I sucked in 3-4 ragged breaths, each one loud in the quiet room. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard, it felt like it was trying to punch its way out. It took effort, but I managed to move my right hand just a fraction, then my left, then my toes. Slowly, like testing unfamiliar machinery, I rolled my head to the side, pulled one elbow up, and forced myself into a sitting position. My t-shirt clung to my back, damp with cold sweat. The room looked exactly the same as before, minus the figure. TV glow, coffee table, lamp off, hallway empty, just sleep paralysis. I whispered, my voice shaky. Just that. Classic. Textbook. Brain glitch. I wanted to believe it so badly that for a brief, desperate moment I almost did. People see shadow figures all the time during episodes like that, right? They see things sit on their chest, stand in the doorway, watch them. That is how the stories go. I pressed a hand to my sternum, willing my heart to slow. It did not listen. It slammed against my palm, each beat a shock. It hurt, not metaphorically, physically. Like my body had been sprinting for miles while my mind was frozen. I sat there drawing air in shallow pulls when a sound slipped in from the far end of the hall. So quiet that if the apartment had been even slightly louder, I would have missed it entirely. A faint, almost delicate noise like fabric brushing across carpet, a soft drag, then another, inside the same room the figure had walked into. The storage room. The sound of something shifting its weight, turning, settling in. Sleep paralysis does not come with echo. Sleep paralysis does not keep making noise after you can move again. The explanation I had been clinging to slid out of my grip. I stared at the dark rectangle of the hallway, every sense straining, and understood in a clear, nauseating way that whatever I had just seen was not staying politely confined to my dreams. I sat on the edge of the pull-out couch, drenched in cold sweat, listening to my own heart pound. The room felt tilted, like the air had shifted a few degrees out of alignment. I could still feel the ghost of that paralysis in my limbs, the leftover stiffness in my jaw. My breathing had slowed from full-on panic to something just this side of manageable, but every inhale scraped raw against my throat. The TV's idle menu drifted from blue to black to white and back again, cycling through its calm little loop like nothing had happened. Soft shapes bloomed across the screen, a rectangle of ocean, a face from a show I did not recognize, some bright logo. Then it would fade to black, only to start again. The glow washed over the room in pulses. For a few seconds, I did nothing but listen. The apartment's sounds assembled themselves around me. The refrigerator buzzing too loudly in the kitchen, the faint hum of something electrical in the wall, the muffled rush of traffic beyond the parking lot. Underneath all of that, from the far end of the hallway, that barely there noise fabric over carpet weight, shifting, then stillness. My phone lay where it had slipped from my hand earlier, half on the pillow, half on the mattress. I grabbed it with fingers that still trembled and thumbed the screen awake. The sudden glare nearly blinded me. I squinted, flipped open the flashlight, and turned it on. The beam cut through the dimness like a solid thing. Dust motes spun in it, startled into motion. The cheap white paint on the walls showed every scuff, every dent, every wobble in the drywall. The light bounced off the metal edges of the TV stand, glared on the surface of the picture frames, and then fell into the open rectangle of the hallway. From the couch, that beam of light turned the hall into a tunnel, with a clearly defined mouth and an unknowable end. I swallowed hard. My tongue felt like paper. "Okay," I whispered, though there was no one to hear it and no reason to say it. "Okay." I stood. The pull-out mattress creaked under my weight springs, protesting. When I stepped off, the metal frame gave a small, complaining squeal. The sound felt huge to me, like kicking over a drum kit in a quiet room. The first step toward the hallway was the worst. It always is. Once my foot crossed the invisible line, where carpet shifted from living room to hall runner, something in the atmosphere changed. The apartment's noises dulled, as if I had shut a door behind me, even though I had not. The fridge's buzz became a distant underwater presence, more vibration than sound. The murmur of the TV faded to a thin, high ghost of itself. In their place came a low resonance, a subtle hum living in the walls and floorboards, vibrating just enough that I felt it more than I actually heard it. My bare feet sank slightly into the thin carpet with each step, and the wood underneath creaked in small, reluctant groans. The flashlight's beam jumped and jittered with my pulse, the circle of light wobbling along the hallway walls. On my right, the bathroom door stood half open. The light inside was off the fan, quiet. My beam hit the mirror for a second and bounced back at me in a distorted glare, catching a slash of my own face. Two pale eyes, two wide hair sticking up at odd angles. I looked like someone who had already lost the argument with sleep and sanity. I pulled the light away. Ahead, the hallway ended the way it always did, with two doors facing each other. Evans was on the right, the cheap white surface slightly cleaner from more frequent use. The storage room was on the left frame, a fraction crooked the bottom edge of the door, a little more scuffed, like it had been dragged open and shut a lot over the years. A faint glow seeped out from under Evan's door. Not bright, just a soft line of warmer color that painted the carpet along the threshold. It wavered slightly, probably from a TV or lamp in his room. My light washed it out when I pointed it there, then revealed it again when I pulled away. There was no light at all under the storage room door, just a flat bar of dark. I killed the flashlight for a moment and just listened. From behind Evan's door came a soft, regular sound, breathing. Deep, steady, completely oblivious. The kind of slow, in and out, that only happens when someone is fully asleep. No muttering, no turning, just that almost soothing rhythm. From behind the storage room door came nothing. Nothing at first, anyway. No breathing, no shifting, no fan. Just the charged quiet of enclosed space. I held my breath without meaning to, and leaned in just enough to press my ear closer to the painted wood. For a few seconds, there was only the faint roar of my own heartbeat in my head. Then threaded underneath it, I thought I caught the tiniest suggestion of sound. Not even a full noise, more like the idea of something brushing against something else. A microscopic shift in weight. I pulled back. My hand lifted toward the left-hand doorknob, almost of its own accord. The brass under my fingertips was cold. Not just cool from not being touched, but deeper than that, cold like metal outside in winter. Cold like something that had been sitting in a draft for hours. My skin stuck to it a little from the sweat on my palm. I wrapped my fingers around it. My wrist tensed. I was one small turn away from opening the door. The knock came then. One single deliberate thunk from the other side of the wood. Not loud, not aggressive, just the sound of a knuckle connecting with the panel. Intentional, placed. I jerked my hand back like the knob had shocked me. My heart slammed so hard against my ribs it hurt. For a moment, I had the stupid, childish conviction that whatever was on the other side of that door could see me through it. That it knew my hand had been there, that it had timed that knock specifically to hit the exact second I was about to invite it out. The silence that followed was worse than if the knocks had continued. There was no follow-up series, no 3 taps like before, no scratching, no voice. The apartment held perfectly still. The only sound was the barely there sigh of air moving through the ductwork and the distant buzz of the refrigerator trying to fight off death. My brain split down the middle along a very old fracture fight or flight. Part of me wanted, with a kind of furious clarity, to turn the knob and rip the door open, to flood that room with light, prove there was nothing there, or finally see the thing that had been pressing against the edges of my sleep since I arrived. To end the guessing, even if I did not like the answer. The other part wanted to get as far away from that door as possible, to never see it again. To pretend the knocking, the scraping, the whisper of bed springs were nothing but echoes in bad plumbing. I hovered between those 2 impulses long enough to feel ridiculous. Finally, I chose something in between. Staring at the painted wood, my voice barely more than breath, I whispered, "Who's in there?" The words came out thin and cracked, swallowed almost immediately by the hallway. If anyone, or anything on the other side heard them, they gave no sign at first. Silence stretched taut and vibrating. Then it came the sound that broke me. A slow, dragging noise from inside the room close to the floor. The distinct friction of bare skin on carpet, heels my mind supplied without asking my permission. It was as if someone lying just inside the door had begun to pull themselves backward inch by inch away from me. The sound moved toward the threshold, growing imperceptibly louder, then stopped. For a heartbeat, I thought whatever it was would hit the door press against it, maybe knock again. Instead, the dragging resumed in the opposite direction, back into the room, away from the door, deeper. The image that rose in my head was simple and horrifying, something retreating like a spider into a dark corner, out of sight, but not gone. That was it. Adrenaline overrode curiosity. Instinct made the decision my rational brain had been fumbling. I stepped back. One pace, then another, my gaze glued to that door, as if turning my back on it would invite it to open. The knot in my stomach twisted itself tighter. I could feel my heartbeat in my fingertips. Halfway down the hallway, I finally turned and walked, then moved faster, almost a jog back into the living room. The air there felt thinner, but at least it did not smell like paint and static. I grabbed my duffel and started throwing my stuff into it without folding or sorting. Clothes, charger, toiletries, all of it went in a frantic, ungainly heap. My hands shook badly enough that I dropped my phone twice. I did not care how late it was. I did not care that snow still fell outside, or that the roads would be garbage. The need to not be here anymore overruled everything else. Keys, wallet, bag. I checked for each like a mantra, patting pockets, glancing at surfaces. I slung the duffel over my shoulder, grabbed my coat, and headed for the front door. I had just reached for the knob when I heard another door behind me slowly open. The soft scrape of wood over carpet, the gentle whisper of a latch releasing. It was a sound I now recognized too well. I turned. Evan stood in his bedroom doorway at the end of the hall. He was silhouetted by the weak light from his room, just enough to outline his shape. His eyes were open, but they looked wrong, wide, dark, and unfocused, like he was staring at something far past me. His face was pale skin, sheened with sweat hair, plastered slightly to his forehead. His hoodie hung off one shoulder, as if he had gotten out of bed too fast to fix it. For a second, he did not move. Then his gaze seemed to land on me, or at least on the general space I occupied near the door. When he spoke, his voice was quiet and hoarse, scraped raw from disuse or from too much whispering into the dark. There was no surprise in it, no anger, just a tired, resigned knowledge, like someone who has finally reached the part of a story they had hoped to skip. "You weren't supposed to see that room awake," he said. For a second, the hallway felt like the only thing in the world. Evan's words hung between us, not loud, but impossible to ignore. "You weren't supposed to see that room awake." My hand was still on the doorknob. The metal felt slick under my palm. I realized I had frozen halfway through turning it, like some part of me had been waiting for an external permission or warning to finish the motion. I let go and turned fully toward him instead. His weight sagged against the doorframe of his bedroom, one shoulder braced there like he needed it to stay upright. The light from his room behind him was weak and yellow, barely reaching his face. It caught the edge of his cheekbone, glinted off the moisture at the corner of one eye. The skin around his mouth was drawn tight. "Who is in that room?" I asked. My voice sounded unfamiliar in my own ears, too thin, stretched around fear. It trembled more than I wanted it to. I swallowed and tried again, forcing the words out more clearly. "Are you living with someone? Is someone staying with you?" His gaze flicked briefly to mine, then slid past me down the length of the hallway toward the darker left-hand side where the storage room door waited just out of sight. His throat moved as he swallowed, but no sound came out. "Evan." I took a step closer, not all the way into the hall, but enough that my shadow reached in. I heard someone, more than once. I saw I stopped myself, before saw it turned into more than I could handle saying out loud. "You need to tell me what's going on." He did not answer my questions directly. His fingers tightened on the doorframe knuckles, pale. The muscles in his jaw jumped. For a few painful seconds, it looked like he might deny everything. Say it was the neighbors. Say I was tired and jumpy and imagining things. Give me a lie, tidy enough that we could both climb inside and hide there until I left. Instead, his shoulders sagged. His gaze drifted back to that invisible point down the hall and stayed there as if he was worried, even looking away too long might be noticed. "It was easier when it was just me," he said quietly. The way he said easier, like it was a word he had used many times in private, made something twist in my gut. He wet his lips, eyes still locked on the hallway. "It gets restless when I bring people." That pronoun lodged in my skull like a splinter. "It," I repeated before I could stop myself. "What is it?" His eyes finally snapped back to mine. Whatever flashed there in that instant was not something I had language for. Fear, yes. Guilt, maybe. But also something like a warning, or resignation. His mouth opened, then closed again. He shook his head once sharply, like he was disagreeing with himself. "You should go," he said. "If you're gonna go, just go." "That's not an answer," I said, but my voice had lost a lot of its edge. "Evan, I'm tired," he cut in tone, flat. "I am so tired, man. I can't explain it to you. I don't even know if I'd be saying it or if I'd be saying what it wants me to say. Do you understand? I don't know where the line is anymore." The words made my skin crawl. No, I did not understand. Not really. But I understood enough to know there was nothing useful to be gained by pushing harder. There was a look in his eyes, something frayed and fragile at the edges that told me if I kept pressing something would break. Maybe him. Maybe me. My fear spiked high enough to burn away any leftover hesitation. "I'm leaving," I said more firmly than I felt. "Right now." He stared at me for a second, then gave a small, crooked shrug that did not match the tension in his shoulders. "Do what you want," he said. "You always did." The line should have stung more than it did. In another context, maybe it would have. Here, it just sounded tired. The attempt at bitterness melted halfway out of his mouth. He did not move to block the hallway, did not step toward me. His hands, I noticed, were shaking. Tiny tremors ran through his fingers where they gripped the frame. His eyes were wet, though he blinked fast enough to keep anything from spilling over. Whatever argument there might have been between us never got started. The fight had gone somewhere else a long time ago, leaving just this wreckage behind. I turned away and grabbed my duffel from where I had dropped it on the couch. I did not bother reorganizing anything I had stuffed in earlier. I just yanked the zipper closed, the teeth rasping together unevenly. My charger dangled from one side. I shoved it into a pocket. My jacket hung off the back of a chair. I snatched it up and jammed my arms through the sleeves without straightening them. The sounds of the apartment seemed louder now, like someone had turned the volume up one notch without my noticing. The refrigerator's buzz was a harsh drone instead of background noise. The baseboard heaters ticking sounded like someone tapping a pen against metal over and over. Pipes thunked occasionally somewhere in the walls, slow, hollow notes that made the pictures tremble. Under that, from the direction of the hallway, I thought I heard a faint creak, as if some weight had shifted just enough to remind us it was still there. A floorboard complaining under pressure. The imagined, or maybe not imagined, slide of something adjusting its position in the dark. I tried not to think about whether those sounds had changed because I was leaving, or because the building was noticing that I was trying to. My keys were on the coffee table under a fast food napkin and one of the empties from the night before. I snatched them up, the metal cold and solid in my hand, a tether back to the world of cars and highways and fluorescent-lit gas stations. I moved toward the front door again. Behind me, I could feel, rather than see, Evan step out of his bedroom doorway, far enough to stand near the entrance to the hallway. He did not come closer. It was like there was an invisible perimeter he would not cross, the boundary between his side of the apartment and mine. I turned back once, hand on the doorknob. He looked smaller than he had that first night. Shoulders hunched, hoodie slipping off one side, face pale with that strange mix of fear and acceptance. His gaze was not on me, though. It was fixed somewhere over my shoulder, toward the couch and the wall behind it, like he was watching something stand there that I could not see from this angle. The impulse came out of me before I could think better of it. "Come with me," I said. "Seriously. Pack a bag. We'll go to my dad's, or a motel, or back to Chicago, whatever. You don't have to stay here." It was a stupid offer, and probably too late, but it was all I had. His eyes flicked to mine, and for the first time since I had arrived, I saw something like pure naked longing flash across his face. It hit and vanished so quickly, I could almost pretend I had imagined it. His head moved side to side in a small, helpless shake. "I can't," he said. "It doesn't like it when I leave." The way he said it this time made my skin crawl all over again. He looked past me again, eyes tracking something in the air just above the couch, then sliding slowly toward the wall, like watching someone pace. "I'm sorry," he added, and I believed that he meant it in a way that covered more than just this moment. There was nothing left to say that would not open a door I had no tools to close. I turned back to the front door and twisted the knob. The latch clicked. The old wood shifted slightly in the frame. A thin draft of colder air slipped in from the stairwell outside. As I pulled the door toward me, the building made one last comment. 3 soft taps spaced out evenly sounded from somewhere above the doorway, not on the wood itself, higher, in the space where wall met ceiling. The sound was gentle but deliberate, not a random creak, not pipes. Knuckles again, marking, tap, tap, tap. My shoulders locked. For a heartbeat, I stood there in the open doorway, caught between the warmer, haunted air of the apartment at my back and the colder, uncertain air of the stairwell in front of me. My heart hammered against my ribs, frantic. I did not look up. If something was up there, watching me go, I refused to give it the satisfaction of eye contact. I stepped over the threshold instead, duffel strap, biting into my shoulder keys, clutched so hard in my fist, they dug half moons into my palm and let the door swing shut behind me with a hollow final thud. The cold hit me like a slap the second the stairwell door swung shut behind me. Outside, the world felt oddly hollow. The kind of hollow you only get in the dead of night in places that are built for daytime crowds. The parking lot stretched out in front of me, mostly empty, the yellow lines half buried under packed snow and tire-scuffed slush. The air bit the inside of my nose when I breathed. My eyes watered from the temperature shift. My breath fogged, instantly blooming out in front of my face in pale clouds. I could still feel my heartbeat pounding high and hard, like it had gotten stuck in a higher gear and forgotten how to come down. The plaza was quiet in that way that always feels wrong. The fast food place out front was dark now, its garish signs turned off drive-through menu black. The big box store's lot across the road was a flat sea of unbroken white sodium lights humming overhead like distant wasps. The soundscape boiled down to only a few threads, the freeway's constant roar softened by distance, and the sound wall lay under everything like a low, steady wave. Every now and then, a lone car passed along the access road tires, hissing over wet asphalt. Somewhere behind me, the laundromat's neon sign still buzzed stubbornly, its blue open flickering, even though it was definitely closed at this hour. The intermittent crackle of ice shifting in the piled snowbanks added small brittle pops to the air. My car sat where I had left it, near the back edge of the lot, under a light that haloed snowflakes drifting lazily down. A thin crust of fresh powder had formed on the windshield and hood. It did not look like enough to be dangerous, just enough to remind me how long I had been inside. I did not have a scraper. Of course I did not have a scraper. I dropped my duffel in the back seat, the fabric thudding against the door, then turned back to the windshield and did it the old-fashioned way. My bare hand cut through the thin snow layer in uneven arcs, pushing the powder to one side. The cold went through my skin, fast needling bone. My fingers went numb so quickly it did not feel real. I wiped enough of a porthole to see through, and then gave up yanking the driver's side door open and climbing in. The interior smelled like me. Old fast food wrappers in the side pocket, a takeout coffee cup from some rest stop still in the holder, faint traces of air freshener from months ago, barely winning the war against stale car. The familiarity should have been comforting. Instead, my hand shook as I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine coughed once, then caught shuddering a little as it settled into a rough idle. The dashboard lights blinked on. The blower fan started its slow build, coughing out air that was freezing for the first few seconds before it slowly warmed. The radio stayed off. I was not ready for music. The silence inside the car, wrapped in the muffled outside noise, felt weirdly padded. I sat there for a beat, hands on the wheel, watching my breath fog the inside of the windshield now too. The urge to just throw it in gear and go was strong, but some stupid lingering reflex made me look up. I made the mistake of looking back at the building. It rose behind the laundromat, 3 stories of dark brick and rectangular windows, some lit, most not. The back of Evan's unit was easy to find now that I knew exactly where to look. Ground floor, roughly centered 2 windows, side by side. My eyes found them without effort. The right-hand window showed a faint, dirty glow. That would be his bedroom. The light inside was not bright. It filtered through curtains or blinds, turning the glass into a dull, yellowish rectangle. It pulsed slightly, like the flicker from a TV or a lamp half-blocked by furniture. The left-hand window was a different thing entirely. At first, it was just blank, dark. A piece of glass reflecting more darkness. Then as I watched, something shifted in that square. A shape rose up into the frame from below, filling it from the chest up. One moment, there was nothing. The next, there was a silhouette. It stood dead center in the window. Shoulders squared, head tilted, just a fraction to one side, as if studying the lot. There was no light behind it, nothing to outline features. It was just a black cutout against deeper black, a hole in the dark that happened to be person-shaped. If it had just been Evan standing there, that would have been bad enough. I squinted, trying to pick out familiar lines. His hair, the slope of his shoulders, the way he held his head. But something was wrong with the proportions, off by just enough to matter. The arms seemed too long for the torso, the drop from the shoulders, to where the elbows must have been sharper than human. The head tilted to an angle that looked almost curious in theory, but felt wrong in practice, like watching someone bend their neck past the point of comfort and hold it there. It did not move like someone who had just walked past the window and happened to glance out. It did not move at all. It faced out toward the lot toward me and held that position with a stillness that made sleep paralysis feel like a rehearsal. My body reacted before my brain had finished cataloging all of that. I jammed the gear shift into reverse foot, slamming down on the brake a little too hard. The car lurched as it came free. I twisted in my seat, one hand on the back of the headrest watching my rear view, and simultaneously keeping my peripheral vision on that window. The silhouette did not turn, did not lift an arm, did not tilt its head any further. It just stood there, filling the frame as I backed out of the parking spot in a clumsy arc. Snow crunched under the tires. The steering wheel vibrated slightly in my hands as it rolled over ridges of ice. I kept my foot steady, reversing faster than I should have toward the main lane of the lot. As the car's angle shifted, the line of sight between me and Evan's windows changed. The laundromat's squat shape slid into view, its blank back wall cutting across my field of vision. For a few seconds, the window with the silhouette was bisected by cinder block. Then, with one more twist of the wheel, it slipped fully out of sight, hidden behind the corner of the building. I did not know if I was relieved or more unnerved. I straightened the wheel and dropped the car into drive, moving toward the exit that led around the front of the plaza. The headlights carved twin tunnels through the falling snow beams, catching individual flakes as they spun past. My hands had not stopped shaking. My jaw ached from clenching. As I reached the turn that would take me along the side of the building and out to the road, something on the left side of my vision snagged me. In the driver's side mirror, the back of the building was visible at a skewed angle, just a slice of brick and a handful of windows. For a split second, in one of the upper units, I thought I saw another shape, another dark figure at another window. Different height, wrong position. It could have been a reflection, a coat hung on a hook, a trick of shadow. My brain tried to draw lines between them, to map movements here, then here, then here. I did not look twice. If it was real, I did not want confirmation. If it was not, I did not want to give my mind permission to make it more. I kept my eyes on the road ahead as the car rolled forward. The edge of the plaza's property loomed a small dip in the asphalt where the lot met the main road, a stop sign leaning slightly to one side, the traffic light at the intersection ahead, blinking red on its late-night cycle. I turned on my signal out of habit, the clicking loud in the cabin. As I slowed to check for oncoming cars, something tapped the inside of my driver's side door. 3 faint impacts right where the panel met my leg. Not loud enough to be a bang, not metallic, like a rock kicked up from the tires. Soft, tight, like knuckles on plastic. Tap, tap, tap. I flinched so hard my knee hit the steering wheel. The car jerked forward, and I came within a yard of rolling straight through the red light. Instinctively, I twisted my head down, eyes flicking to the door by my leg. Of course, there was nothing there. Just the textured plastic of the panel, the handle, the window controls. No bulge, no crack, no obvious point of contact. The only things in the car besides me were my duffel, my trash, and the breath I was trying to drag in without hyperventilating. My heart felt like it was going to beat straight out through my sternum. My hands were slick on the wheel. A horn blared briefly from somewhere behind me. I had hesitated too long when the light changed. I stamped on the gas and pulled out onto the road, the plaza shrinking behind me as fast as the tires and the snow would allow. I told myself over and over that old cars make weird noises. Plastic contracts, panels shift, temperatures mess with everything. The timing was just a coincidence. The rhythm was just in my head. I kept telling myself that until the plaza disappeared entirely in my rearview mirror and the highway signs started promising distances back toward Chicago. The problem with coincidences, though, is that once you start adding them up, they stop feeling like coincidences and start feeling like a pattern. And patterns, I was beginning to understand, were exactly what that building liked best. The highway felt like a tunnel someone forgot to finish. By the time I merged onto the interstate heading west, the world had collapsed into a narrow strip of asphalt and 2 ragged edges of snow. The rest was just black. No stars, no moon, just low, heavy cloud, and the occasional smudge of light from a far-off gas station or a town clinging to the edge of the road. Snow swept under the tires in soft, constant streaks. The flakes illuminated in the headlights like they were rushing toward me instead of falling. The wipers worked on autopilot, squeaking across the glass with each pass, smearing the moisture into brief translucent arcs before starting over. The heater roared more loudly than usual, blowing hot air at my frozen hands and face. Dashboard lights reflected faintly in the windshield speedometer fuel gauge, the little digital clock ticking forward in idiotically precise minutes. I gripped the wheel so hard my knuckles ached. Hyper alert did not begin to cover it. Every shadow, the headlights caught a mile marker. A tipped-over cone, a patch of uneven snow, looked like it might be something else for a split second. A body, a person standing on the shoulder, a figure waiting at the edge of the beam. Every time a semi passed me, the roar of it was a physical thing, a wall of noise and air that buffeted my car and made it shudder. The rush of wind felt like something slamming its palm against the side. My heart jumped along with the chassis. The rhythm of the road dug itself into my bones. Tires thumped over the seams in the concrete in a steady pattern. Thump, 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 like a heartbeat under everything else. The noise became so automatic that when a section of smoother pavement interrupted it, the sudden quiet made me clench up, as if silence now was more suspicious than sound. I checked the rearview mirror constantly. Not the quick functional glances you give when you change lanes. Full, lingering look's eyes, dragging over the dark shape of the back seat, the headrests, the suggestion of space behind my shoulder. Every time it was empty. Fabric shadows, nothing more. It did not matter. The next mile, I would look again, half expecting to see someone sitting there. Not someone, I corrected myself. Something. Once around 3 a.m, my phone buzzed in the cup holder with a sudden vibration and a bright flare of light from the lock screen. The sound was small, just a muted burp, but my body reacted like someone had fired a gun in the car. I jerked the wheel a little and had to overcorrect breath hitching. I risked a quick glance. Spam notification. Some automated limited offer from a number I did not recognize. Completely ordinary and completely unwelcome. I let the screen go dark again without touching it, with nothing to distract me but the road, and the radio turned off. My brain did what it always does. In that kind of vacuum, it replayed everything. The first night's footsteps pounding back and forth above the couch, then ending in that single heavy step above the hallway. The second night scraping behind my head, the 3 soft taps behind my ear, like someone knocking politely from the other side of 2 thin walls. The slow rustling in the storage room when no one was supposedly in there. The rhythmic creak of bed springs in a room with no mattress. The sleep paralysis, my body frozen, while a figure shaped exactly like Evan stood at the end of the hallway, then turned with unnatural grace and walked into the storage room. The way it vanished into that doorway without a sound. The knock on the storage door when my hand was on the knob. Not random. Timed. One solid thunk, and over all of it, that one line from Evan spoken like he had rehearsed it in his head 1,000 times, and still did not understand it himself. It gets restless when I bring people. The more I thought about it, the less that sentence sounded metaphorical. The rational part of me kept throwing out possibilities like life preservers. Sleep paralysis is a known thing. I had read about it. People see figures, hear voices, feel pressure on their chests. It is all a misfire between dream state and waking. The brain jammed half and half out. Fine. That accounted for some of it. Stress, too. I had been working late nights before I came out here. My sleep schedule was garbage. Add in an old building with bad wiring and thin walls, and you get a cocktail for shared paranoia. One person hears a noise, tells another, and suddenly every creak is a message. That still did not explain certain things. The timing of the knocks, the way the sound on the other side of the storage door had changed direction when I whispered, "Who's in there?" The drag toward the door, then away, deeper into the room. The 3 taps above the door as I left, like someone marking my exit on a tally board. Sleep paralysis does not make a door knock at the exact moment your fingers brush the knob. Shared psychosis does not usually include footprints in the snow that start at a back door and end at a fence no one climbed. I ran it all in loops in my head, mile after mile, the highway miles blurring, even as the details of the apartment sharpened. The more distance I put between myself and that building, the clearer its outline became, like I needed to get far enough away from it physically to look at it straight. The road signs crept by Toledo, then South Bend, then the long dark stretch toward Chicago. As the night thinned, the horizon ahead grew slightly less black, the sky turning from complete void to a thick pre-dawn gray. By the time I saw the first green signs for the city, the faintest hint of color was filtering into the world. I pulled into my building's parking garage sometime around 4:30 or 5 in the morning. I do not remember the exact time. The digital numbers on the dash had stopped feeling real hours earlier. The garage was half full cars sitting in their slots like sleeping animals. The overhead fluorescent tubes hummed, some flickering slightly at the ends where the ballasts were going. The concrete floor carried the echo of my tires far ahead of me. I parked in my usual spot, out of habit, turned the engine off, and sat in the sudden quiet. The relative silence of the garage felt different from the plaza's, less hollow, more familiar. The noises here were mine. The tick of my cooling engine, the distant metallic groan of the elevator, a door slamming 3 levels up. When I opened my door, the cold in the garage was a dull, indoor version of outside, less biting, more persistent. My footsteps echoed as I walked toward the stairwell duffel, banging against my hip. The stairwell itself smelled like concrete old paint and the faint tang of someone's cigarette from earlier in the night. My apartment greeted me with its own set of sounds. The fridge hummed in a way I knew by heart. The radiator in the corner clanked occasionally as hot water moved through its old pipes, letting out little hisses of steam with each cycle. The ceiling creaked in familiar places when my upstairs neighbor turned over in bed or went to the bathroom. The layout was the same as always. Kitchen to the left, small living area straight ahead, my bedroom door half open. Hallway, but not that kind of hallway. I did not turn on many lights, just the lamp by the couch in the living room and the one in my bedroom. The soft yellow glow was enough. My duffel hit the floor by the bed. I did not bother unpacking. My shoes came off in a clumsy heel-to-toe motion. I peeled my jacket away from my shoulders, every movement suddenly twice as heavy. When I finally lay down, my mattress felt impossibly solid after 2 nights on the pull-out couch. The familiarity of the worn dip, where my body usually settled, should have been comforting. It half was. The last image that floated up before sleep finally dragged me under was not my own ceiling, or my own radiator, or the outline of my bedroom door. It was that hallway in Evans Place, seen from the couch. The long, narrow strip of beige carpet leading straight to the 2 closed doors at the end. The one with the thin line of light underneath it, and the one without. The way the darkness seemed thicker on the left side pressed against the frame. 2 thresholds, one claimed, one waiting. I sank under that picture like a stone into deep water. When I woke up, sunlight was already blurring through my blinds. The clock on my phone said it was early afternoon. My head pounded dully, my mouth dry. For a second, the disorientation of waking in my own bed after seeing so much of that other place made reality flicker, like maybe it had gone the other way, and all of this was the dream. I unlocked my phone out of habit. Notifications stacked up, emails, a couple of group chat messages, one missed call from a random number, and near the top, one text from Evan, sent at 6:12 a.m., roughly an hour, maybe a little more, after I had dragged myself into this bed and passed out. "You made it back okay. Good." The words hit me with a complicated rush of relief and something sourer underneath. He knew I had made it. He was alive, at least as of 6 in the morning. He knew I had left. Part of me had not been entirely sure I had actually driven away. For a second, I felt something ease in my chest. Then, because my brain apparently enjoys self-sabotage, I did what you should never do when you are trying not to think too hard. I scrolled up. Our last text before I started driving, before I panicked and left in the middle of the night, were hours old. Nothing in them said when I would be back in Chicago. I had not texted him on the road or made it home or anything. I had not told him which route I was taking, how fast I planned to drive, whether I might stop somewhere. There was no way for him to know down to a window of an hour or two when I had actually walked back into my apartment. No way to know for sure that I had made it back at all. Still, at 6:12 a.m., he had written, "You made it back, okay, good." Past tense, certain. Like something in that building had watched me leave, watched me drive, watched the miles disappear beneath my tires, and then decided to let him know when I was finally far enough away. A few weeks is not as long as it sounds when you are measuring it in how many times you wake up at 3 a.m. and stare at your ceiling. On paper, I snapped back to normal pretty quickly. I went back to work the Monday after that drive, eyes sunken but body present. The office swallowed me like it always did. Badge beep at the turnstile elevator up to the same floor. The same synthetic carpet and glass partitions. The same hum of fluorescent lights overhead. I fell back into the routines I had been building for years. I rode the CTA swaying with the rest of the crowd as the train climbed onto the elevated tracks and rattled past brick walls tagged with graffiti and billboards selling beer or debt consolidation. My reflection in the window looked half transparent, layered over the city sliding by. I held the metal pole and pretended not to notice my own fingers tightening every time the train screeched into a curve. I answered emails. I sat in small conference rooms with glass walls, laptop open, nodding along as someone walked through a slide deck while the projector fan whined in the background. I talked about campaigns and deadlines and metrics. I drank mediocre coffee from the office kitchen that somehow always tasted faintly like the inside of a burnt mug. Back to normal if you were glancing at my life from the outside. But I was off. The elevator ding made me flinch. More than once, a too bright chime in the quiet hallway outside the office bathroom. Pipes knocking in the walls, something I had lived with for years, made my shoulders jump. When my neighbor across the hall slammed his door on his way to work at 6 in the morning, the sound hit my nervous system like a gunshot. At first, I laughed it off when I caught myself doing it. Jumpy, I told myself. That is all. You had a weird weekend. You do not step out of someone else's horror and walk away clean. Give it time. At home, I noticed it more. My apartment has a short hallway, if you can even call it that, from the living room to the bathroom and my bedroom. Maybe 6 steps long. Light switch at one end, Light fixture right in the middle, bright enough to erase any shadow if you turn it on. Nothing like Evans Tunnel. Still at night, I found myself avoiding looking directly down it. I would stand in the kitchen dish towel in hand and feel the pull of that narrow strip of space at the edge of my vision. It was ridiculous. There was no dark rectangle at the end, no opposing doors, no storage room, just my bedroom door open and the bathroom door half shut. Yet when the lights were off in that part of the apartment, the doorway's negative space felt too familiar. So I left lights on more than I used to. Bathroom light, sometimes the bedroom lamp, anything to keep my own walls from collapsing into that shape. I told myself I should reach out to Evan. The first message I sent was simple. "You good?" I stared at the little delivered check mark after it went through, as if waiting for it to morph into some other answer. It did not. No 3 dots appeared, no reply. A couple of days later, I tried again. "You ever think about leaving that place?" Same result. Delivered. No answer. I watched the chat thread sit there like a shrug. When texts went nowhere, I checked Instagram. His profile was still there. Same handle. Same profile picture, an old photo of him in high school, squinting into the sun on some football field, the image compressed to pixelation. But the account itself had gone quiet. No new posts. No likes on anything. No new stories. The last story in his archive, timestamped from some time before I visited, was one I had seen and tried to brush off before that dark shot of a hallway posted at 3:12 a.m. with the caption, "Still here." The photo was grainy, low light, a narrow corridor, a pale rectangle of light at the end, everything else sliding into black. It could have been any old apartment. It could have been a basement. It could have been taken in my direction for all I knew. I watched the story replay once, then closed the app. Life layered itself back over the memory like snow. Work, commutes, drinks with coworkers at a bar where the music was too loud and the lights were too dim. People complaining about rent dating apps, the weather. One night, after a long day of pretending to care about things that were not trying to crawl out of walls, I stretched out on my own couch and tried to convince myself that whatever had happened out there, it was over. TV on, lights low, no overt plans to fall asleep, but the way my body sank into the cushions said it might happen anyway. My fridge made a noise. That was not unusual. It has always been noisier than it should be, the compressor cycling on with a little shudder that rattles the magnets and bills stuck to the door. This sound was different, softer, a light intermittent scraping, like something small shifting inside the wall behind it, a plastic container adjusting, a line of frost slipping, pipes. That was what I told myself. I turned the volume on the TV up by 1 notch, enough to drown out the edge of the noise. The sound did not get louder exactly. It spread. At first, it was anchored to the kitchen behind the fridge near the corner, where the wall meets the baseboard. Then somehow, it felt like it had moved a foot to the right, then another. The quality of it changed as it traveled the tone, shifting from insulated to more open, like whatever was making it had found a less obstructed part of the wall. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. The hairs on my arms rose one by one. I muted the TV. In the silence, the scraping sound crept along the wall that separated my kitchen from my living room. Not constant, just enough to imply progression. Something lightly dragging itself along, or being dragged at the level of the baseboard. I told myself it was the building settling in the cold. It was February. The temperature swings messed with materials. Metal contracts, wood shifts, everything complains. Old building, I whispered. That's all. The sound reached the part of the wall directly behind my couch. I did not want to look. My muscles remembered too vividly what it had felt like to stare straight ahead while something tapped behind my ear. But ignoring it felt worse. Forcing my neck to move, I turned around and looked at the wall. Visually, there was nothing wrong. Off-white paint with a couple of scuffs from where I had bumped the couch moving it in. No cracks, no bulges, no discoloration suggesting water damage or mold seeping through. The baseboard was intact, a little dusty, but otherwise unremarkable. The sound stopped. I kept staring, waiting for I do not even know what. Fingers emerging through drywall, the outline of a face pushing out. Some movement that would let me say, okay, there it is. I am not crazy. Nothing moved. Nothing appeared. If a stranger had walked into my apartment at that exact moment, they would have seen a tired guy on a couch staring way too intently at a perfectly normal wall. The absurdity of that image should have snapped me out of it. Instead, it twisted the fear in a little deeper. Because sound has patterns, and my body recognized this one before my brain could catalog it away. The scrape, the pause, the repositioning. All of it landed with a deja vu so strong it made my vision swim. It sounded like something practicing. Later that week, after a long stretch of no response, my phone lit up with a new text from Evan. No build-up, no context, just a single message popping into the thread where my two unanswered questions still sat. Don't lie to yourself. Your place has hallways too. At some point, ignore it and hope it goes away. Stopped feeling like a strategy and started feeling like volunteering. I told myself that if this were an actual horror movie, this would be the part where everyone yells at the main character for not doing the obvious. Just look it up, they would say. Google it. You have the internet. Use it. So, one Saturday afternoon, when the light coming through my windows was thin and gray, and the radiator was clanking like it was trying to shake itself apart, I sat down on my couch with my laptop and did exactly that. I typed the Cleveland building's address into the search bar. At first, the results were boring. A listing on some rental site from a few years back, with washed-out photos, beige living room, laminate kitchen, blurry shot of the laundry room in the basement. The description used all the usual phrases: cozy, affordable, close to shopping and transit. Nothing about possible entity included, or hallway may attempt to kill you. Then I found the Google reviews. Most of them were what you'd expect for a cheap apartment near a strip mall. Complaints about slow maintenance, loud neighbors, thin walls, snow removal, never happening on time. 1-star reviews, with run-on sentences from people angry about their security deposit. One caught my eye, 3 stars. No profile picture, just a first name and the generic gray silhouette. Lived here for 8 months. You get what you pay for. Walls are super thin, you hear everything. Management is okay, I guess. Bad vibes in Unit 3B. Stay away. That was it. No explanation. No reply from management. Just those 2 sentences sitting there in black text posted 3 years ago. Bad vibes in Unit 3B. Like it was a restaurant review. Fries are fine service, slow bathroom haunted. My stomach did a slow flip. I kept digging. There was one brief mention in a local news archive from about 5 years back, a tiny paragraph in the online police blotter section. Just a couple of lines, officers responded to a welfare check request at address Aptern 3B. No criminal activity observed. Report taken. No follow-up, no names, no elaboration. It sat between a DUI arrest and a noise complaint about teenagers lighting fireworks in a park. I checked public property records next. Boring but useful in a different way. The building had been owned by the same property management company for over a decade. Most of the units had tenant histories that made sense, someone staying 3 or 4 years, then moving on. The occasional single-year turnover. 1A, 2C, 3A, all stable enough given the neighborhood. 3B was different. The names on that unit changed more often, 6 months here, a year there, sometimes just a few months in between leases. People pulled up roots faster. It could have been coincidence. It could have been bad luck. People losing jobs, breaking up, moving away. But laid out in a neat column of dates on my screen, it looked like a pattern. I sat back and stared at the laptop for a minute, the cursor blinking on the last line I had highlighted. The sensible part of me said this was as far as I could reasonably go. Anything deeper would mean calling someone, talking to actual humans about a thing I didn't have language for. I could already hear how the words would sound out loud. Unstable, hysterical, stupid. I thought about calling the Cleveland non-emergency police line. I imagined the conversation in too much detail. Hi, I think my friend is living with something. What kind of something, sir? You know, a presence. In his wall, in his hallway. The imagined silence after that felt worse than being hung up on. Instead, I went a different route. The property management company's name was right there on the listings. A logo and address, and under it a phone number for leasing and general inquiries. My thumb hovered over the call button longer than it should have. Then I pressed it. After a few rings, someone picked up. A woman's voice, tired in that specific customer service way, polite but worn around the edges. Good afternoon, company name. This is Melissa. How can I help you? Hi, I said suddenly, very aware of how dry my mouth was. I'm not a tenant, but I'm calling about one of your properties. The building at address unit 3B. There was a tiny pause on the line, the sort where you can hear someone clicking their mouse, pulling up a screen. Okay, she said. Are you looking to apply, or... No, I cut in. I'm a friend of someone living there. I'm in Chicago. I visited recently, and I trailed off editing in real time. I'm just a little concerned. Concerned how she asked, not unkindly, just tired. With the unit with your friend both, I said. He's been acting really off. Not sleeping. Jumpy. There's a lot of noise. At night. She sighed quietly. It was not theatrical, just the exhale of someone who had heard variations on the same story too many times. We've had wellness checks done there before, she said. At that unit. Neighbor calls, family calls. Police go out. Nothing ever comes of it. They say he's fine. Or whoever's living there at the time is fine. The phrase "at the time" stuck out like a splinter. So you know something's weird about it, I said. Another small pause. I could hear fingers tapping on a keyboard. I mean, she said, lowering her voice half a notch like she was stepping away from a script off the record. Place creeps me out personally. Maintenance guys hate going in that one. But legally, it's fine. No outstanding violations. No open work orders. We can't force anyone to move. Maintenance hates going in, I repeated. Why they say the layout's weird, she said. Hallway feels too long or something. She gave a little self-conscious laugh. I don't go out there myself unless I have to. I just see the work tickets. Sorry you called about your friend. Yeah, I said. He lives alone. There was another little burst of keyboard noise. Leaseholder is solo, she confirmed. No registered roommates. If there's someone else living there, that's a violation of the lease. My skin did that thing where it felt too tight. I pictured the dragging sound on the carpet. The second set of footprints in the snow, smaller, walking just off to the side. The silhouette at the left-hand window. The creak of bed, springs in a room with a bare frame. What happens if you find out there is someone else, I asked. Depends, she said. Could be just a girlfriend staying over too much. Could be someone actually moved in. We'd have to send a notice, maybe schedule an inspection. Look, if you're worried about your friend's safety, you should call him. Or call the police again. We're just management. Right, I said. Yeah, thanks. No problem. She said, already half back in script mode. Have a good day. The call ended with a soft click. My living room filled back up with its usual noises. The fridge hummed the faint rush of traffic from the street, outside the radiator working itself into another clank. I set my phone down on the coffee table. A second later, there was a knock. Not from the front door, not from upstairs or through the floor. 3 soft impacts came from the thin wall behind my TV, right where my own short hallway begins. The part of the wall that backs up on the other side to the little strip of space that connects my living room to the bathroom and bedroom. Tap, tap, tap. Every muscle in my body locked. The TV was off. There was nothing on that wall but drywall, a couple of framed prints, and the cable outlet. The knocks had been gentle but precise, placed. They had that same weird, polite cadence I had heard behind the couch in Cleveland. Not asking permission exactly, just noting. I walked over slowly, my socks whispering against the hardwood floor. I did the thing every character does, even though they know better. I pressed my ear to the wall. At first, I heard only my own breath, loud and ragged. Then faintly, from somewhere inside the building structure above below, I could not tell, I caught the delayed echo of footsteps. Slow, measured, crossing boards that were not on my floor. A neighbor, I tried to tell myself. Someone coming down the stairwell. Sound travels weird in old buildings. The pressure of the drywall against my ear felt exactly like that bathroom door had felt when I listened outside the storage room. That night, my brain decided to be generous and gave me another dream. I was back in the Cleveland apartment on the pull-out couch. The TV glowed. The lamp hummed. The hallway sat across from me in its same too long, too narrow way. 2 doors at the end. 1 faint line of light. Underneath one, pure black. I watched the dark grow thicker. Around the left-hand frame, felt the weight of being seen from inside that room. At some point in the dream, without the usual transition tricks, I was suddenly in my own apartment instead. Same couch, same TV, same framed prints on the wall. But when I turned my head to the right, the hallway was wrong. It went on too far. Instead of 6 steps and a bathroom door, it ran and ran, stretching unnaturally, the walls closing in as it did. At the far end, where my bedroom should be, there were 2 doors facing each other. One with a thin line of light under it. One with nothing. I woke up with my heart-pounding sweat cooling on my skin. For several long seconds, in that groggy, half-awake state, where reality has not quite finished booting up, I stared at my actual hallway, and my mind insisted it was longer than it used to be. Like the building in Cleveland had been laid over my own floor plan, and something was still deciding which parts to keep. This is the part where I am supposed to say, I am writing all of this down to get it out of my system. That is half true. The other half is that I do not know if sharing it will help me or just make it feel more solid. Like speaking it out loud pours concrete around it. Like once strangers hear about that hallway, it will have a clearer shape, a better map, and that is the last thing I should be giving it. But here I am sending this to a horror channel, like 1,000 other people who have a story. I keep thinking about that car ride home, about the noise in my own walls, about how casual that last text from Evan looked on the surface. I have not heard from him again. That message, you made it back okay. Good. And the later one about my place having hallways too are still sitting at the top of our chat. I have texted him since, called once or twice. Every attempt sinks into that same gray space delivered never answered. His Instagram stayed frozen with that hallway story for a while. Then the whole account went private. Or deleted. I cannot even tell which. Either way, it is gone. Whatever he is dealing with in that apartment, he is dealing with it alone. There have been moments when I almost got back in my car. I mapped the route once, reflexively. Chicago to Cleveland, just like before the blue line on my phone screen stretching across miles of highway I already know too well. I imagined pulling into that same lot, walking past the dumpsters, seeing those windows again. The idea lasted maybe 10 seconds before my stomach turned. The image of that silhouette in the left-hand window rose up, and I shut the map app like it had tried to bite me. If he wanted my help, I told myself he would answer. If I went back there, I was not sure I would be leaving a second time. Instead, I did the cowardly thing. I drafted a text, not a quick check-in, a long, rambling message that started as an apology and turned into a plea. I told him I was sorry for bailing in the middle of the night. Sorry for years of drifting, for leaving him to live in a place I had the luxury of treating like a weird story instead of a daily reality. I told him I believed him, whatever believe even means, when the thing in question does not fit into the categories you grew up with. I told him he did not have to stay there, that there was a couch in Chicago with his name on it, that I would help him find a place, a job, anything, that I would show up if he said the word, that he did not have to explain it perfectly for me to take him seriously. My thumb hovered over send for a full minute, the cursor blinking at the bottom of the screen like it was counting down. Then I hit it. The message whooshed off into the ether. Delivered popped up. I set my phone face down on the table and walked away from it like it was dangerous to watch. Nothing came back. No 3 dots. No scene. No sarcastic reply. Just silence as steady and heavy as drywall. That night was one of those Chicago winter nights where the wind sounds like it is trying to pry its way into the building. I was on my couch again. Different city, same position. The TV played some show. I was not really following volume low enough that I could hear my building breathing around it. The window by the radiator rattled faintly as gusts hit it. The old intercom panel in the hall buzzed every now and then for no good reason, a ghost of some long-ago wiring job pulsing through it. My apartment's hallway sat off to the side, short and white, and technically harmless. Ceiling fixture buzzing quietly, casting a weak yellow light. Bathroom door half open. Bedroom door closed. I kept telling myself that. Short, white, harmless. Somewhere between one scene and the next, the fridge stopped humming and clicked into a different cycle. The heater let out a long wheeze and fell quiet. In the pocket of stillness that followed, I heard it. A soft scraping starting from the direction of the kitchen. Not loud, not dramatic. just the sound of something light moving along the baseboard. A slow, deliberate progression, the way you might drag a finger along a line on a map. I muted the TV. The scraping turned the corner, so to speak, migrating from the wall behind the fridge to the wall that runs alongside my little hallway. It was not constant. It came in small stretches, like whatever was making it was stopping to listen between motions. Then, from the far end of my hallway, near my bedroom door, came 3 taps. Tap, tap, tap. Not thunderous, not trying to break through, just there, placed. The same rhythm I had felt behind my skull in that other living room. The same cadence that had marked my departure from that other apartment. My heart rate climbed in an instant. The pulse in my neck throbbed against my collar. I stared at the entrance to my hallway phone, suddenly heavy in my hand. The screen glowed against my palm icons, bright and stupid. My thumb hovered over the flashlight icon on impulse, like turning my phone into a poor man's torch would actually change anything. Enough I whispered to no one, or to it, or to myself. Sitting there and listening had not done me any favors in Cleveland. If this was some psychological echo, I needed to stand up and walk through it. If it was not, then standing up or not would not matter much anyway. I forced myself to move. My legs felt rubbery as I pushed off the couch. The floor was cool through my socks. Each step toward the hallway made the building louder around me, not quieter. I could hear the couple above me arguing softly, voices blurred into frustrated noise. Somewhere down the hall, the elevator cables hummed as the car moved between floors. Far outside, a siren wailed, and then faded Doppler effect, bending the pitch. It was like the whole structure was reminding me I was not alone here. Not in the comforting way. In the way that says there are layers of sound between you and anything noticing you scream. I stopped at the threshold of my hall. On the surface, it looked perfectly ordinary. Cheap ceiling fixture humming. White walls scuffed with old marks from when I moved furniture in. One door on the right one at the end. No stretching perspective. No unnatural dark patch. No figure. I raised my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam washed the little strip of space in harsh clinical white. It bounced off the bathroom mirror, caught the faint texture in the paint, picked out a chip in the baseboard I had never noticed before. Dust motes sparkled briefly, then drifted out of sight. Nothing moved. No extra door had sprouted at the end. No storage room had attached itself to my floor plan. No shadow detached from the others to greet me. After a few long taut seconds, I lowered the phone. The ceiling fixture above me buzzed a little louder, then flickered. Just once. A hard, stuttering blink that yanked the hallway into half dark for a fraction of a second. In that stutter between light and light, again my brain did what brains do best. When given gaps, it filled them. For that fraction of a second, I saw not with my eyes exactly, but with some deeper part of my perception, a taller, deeper hallway extending past where my bedroom wall should be. The strip of carpet running longer than the architecture allowed, the walls pinching in. And at the far end, in a place no space existed, for a shadowy figure standing motionless, head tilted as if it had been there all along, waiting for me to notice. Then the light stabilized. My actual hallway snapped back into shape. Short, white, harmless. I stood there breathing too hard, listening to the radiator shudder back to life, to the neighbor's footsteps above, to the faint hum of my own fridge starting a new cycle. I tell myself it was a trick of the light. I tell myself that whatever lives at the end of a hallway in Cleveland cannot follow me across state lines. But some nights, when the building goes quiet enough, I hear it pacing above me again, like it is still deciding whose name it is going to learn next.